Look at that beautiful loading screen. That the old loading screen before the modern era. VRC Plus people have the option to have this now. Absolutely beautiful to see this. Also, how is everyone doing? I am Terminaheart. The past 4 days I've been battling technical and physical health issues. As my parents too. So I'm just gonna do what I can to have fun. Kimika has requested I
Well,
record this.
let me know when you're ready.
Да, это можно это включить.
It is ready now.
Okay.
Oh, I know someone with that too.
Мгм. Мгм.
Okay, okay,
Ничего.
everyone gather around. Let's start now.
I will not be
Before
speaking much.
get over here.
Yeah,
My
let's start.
focus is just
Come on, it's fine.
record
I mean,
this.
I guess we have enough people.
Hopefully there's no tech issues,
Okay.
Будет интересно.
as I've been battling them. Windows 11
People streaming
and
now,
Steam
right?
VR on my computers do not get along.
Тебе понравится. Okay, we're here. Sorry for
Okay.
being noisy.
Okay,
a little.
okay.
Oh, you're streaming also, right? Oh,
Um,
damn.
okay, let's go. Let's go into the lobby
Yeah.
before we do.
He just made this. He made this new group
You gonna
right
explain
around the
something?
time of the Artemis. So congrats to everyone involved in it, including the watch party hosters.
I mean,
Not just the astronauts, but also the people who worked on it.
which,
Wait, don't. Stay here.
Oturma,
Stay here.
oturma, oturma. Oh,
Is this a nuclear reactor?
Everyone. Okay.
Сейчас он
Okay.
объяснит.
So. Click these flag icons if you need to change the language.
Yeah, English
If you
is
got
good.
lost,
Hmm.
find one of these things. There's one at the start of each room.
Mm-hmm.
Find one of these things. Click the green join tab on the left. Click my name, and that should teleport you to me.
Mm-hmm.
I should probably tell you now that I have extremely low tolerance for disruptive behavior during my events. So, if you push any buttons without my permission, you're getting kicked immediately. I just don't have patience for that. If you need to have
Are you
some
allowed to, like-
questions.
if you need to have some side conversation unrelated to the events, then please go far away from the main group to do it. If you have questions, please hold your questions until I ask for them. Yeah, things I need to say. Thanks for coming to the second event of this group that I have recently created, which I suppose the goal is to
Let me know of any tech issues.
connect assorted space enthusiasts, especially English-speaking space enthusiasts, because the Japanese people, they have really good infrastructure for this sort of thing, but in English there isn't really anything similar. So I'd like to at least sort of try to bridge that gap, and here we are, I guess.
Nice.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little about yourself? Because, for example, there are a couple of people who don't know who you are.
Okay, so I'm KF16. You can call me Kimika. I am somebody who's very, I guess, very deeply involved with the Japanese space community on VR chat. Like, I've been a fan of one of their favorite VTubers for longer than most of them have, apparently. And that VTuber does like rocket launch live streams and stuff, so it's fun. So yeah, I started on VR chat because I wanted to see the things made by this community called the Virtual Space Program, which made this here world. And I have since had the opportunity to represent them with non-trivial distinction at such things as Virtual Market 2025 Winter. This modified VCAT chat avatar is not just for show. I was their English chat event organizer at last VCAT, so yes.
Nice.
Okay. So now, everyone, follow me into the central hall of the museum.
I'll still talk the best I can. I'm on push to talk during the instance.
This doesn't matter.
Okay.
looks like a pendulum. Might be on the back.
So yeah, if you join me, no funny shit. Kimika does not put up with it. I've seen this dude do tours, and I've heard things.
Why are they would?
Yeah, I've been there a lot of times.
What is it?
Because I usually like talk a lot so I don't want to like disturb the other people.
I think they're
Okay.
having the side conversation as you
Okay.
said.
Yeah, so we can
okay.
keep going, I guess.
Okay. So pay attention to the music. The music is good.
Yeah, but I'll see you guys later. Yeah.
Should have said there is
Yeah,
music.
I'll probably like if I go out, I'll probably be like kicked out. So it's better just to leave.
Okay.
Nice.
It's obligatory disclaimer that this event is not officially affiliated with VSP or the group of VSP members who developed this museum, but they're always happy when people do tours.
As you can see, Kimika's not that bad of a person, Lime.
Nice.
Maybe we should give him another chance. Well, if you come to VR chat, to VR chat. Otherwise, you can relive VR chat through, I guess, my POV.
Group photos are very important in Japanese VR chat culture, and as you can imagine, my mode of operation when hosting events is very heavily influenced by them. So everyone gather here around this railing and face the camera.
Why is the wall early, bro?
Like right now?
Now, yes.
First group photo.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, everyone.
Group
make
photo in
sure,
progress.
Okay.
Nice.
Jeez, you.
Space.
Space
Space.
exploration.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. So this here thing, this thing behind me is now it's in front of me. This thing behind all of you is real-time display of where some satellites are. The person who made this thing, Akino Mizuki, is they do cool things.
Wow.
There's a smaller version of this with all the satellites in room 3.
Damn.
Yep.
Excuse me, what satellites are we talking about?
Well, let's see. This one shows the Hubble Space Telescope.
Oh, you mean
Hubble Space
real world
Telescope.
satellites?
Yeah, this displays the
Yeah.
location of
Yes.
actual satellites in relation to
Oh.
Earth. Like the Hubble
Wow.
Space Telescope is there, ISS, Chinese Space Station, those are there. Some Japanese navigational satellites are in these higher orbits.
So yeah, much of my focus is just, trying to like get footage of the tour. Kimika wants me streaming / recording this. He's actually in chat right now. So no funny shit in my chat room. Yeah, like I get any chatters.
Okay, as you can see, some of. Well, okay. Let's go into one of these exhibition rooms now.
Oh hey, you got a watch streak. Congrats, Lime.
Yes. One of the amazing things is that they really tried to make use of what you can do in VR that you can't do in a real museum, or at least that you can't do as well.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
It would be hard to stand this close to lava.
That is correct.
This is gonna be a 4-hour tour, by the way.
So here's some promotional video. It is slightly outdated now, but yeah. Oh, by the way, one other thing I should have said. I am, for all functional purposes, the primary maintainer of the English translations in this world. So if you see anything in English that looks wrong, tell me, and I will make a note of it on the master translation spreadsheet.
I don't sound upset, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't sound upset. Like, how am I supposed to sound, dude?
And the twins.
I sound the same as I normally do.
Yay.
Whoa.
Okay, you want to know the truth? My back hurts, my ear hurts, my whole left side of my face hurts right now.
Hydrogen monoxide.
My stepdad got diagnosed with skin cancer yesterday,
Putting in our water.
and my mom suffered a concussion, a broken ankle from a fall that was totally preventable at a pharmacy on Wednesday. So, yep, it's amazing I'm even here, and I have all kinds of technical issues between Steam VR and Windows 11. So I'm just holding my breath, just doing my best, because Kimiko really wants me to...
You like cells?
Anyway, enough about that,
I'm
because
not
I don't want to
really
talk over the
like
information.
it, like.
But that's everything going on right now. It's amazing I'm even doing this right now.
I mean,
Anyway.
we can detain you inside one of these if you'd like. It's just like a bubble of like stuff. It's all enclosed.
Yeah,
Please no.
my soft bubble.
Mm.
Okay, in you go. So, anyways, there's some stuff here about the origin of life, which I don't know. You have some molecules made by weird high temperature chemistry, or at least that's the prevailing theory, and then you get some. Then they self-assemble in weird ways, and then you get self-replicating machinery.
Are
and
you okay?
Yay, now you have cells.
Yeah,
Now you have
Cool.
biology.
why not?
Yeah, these are some ball and stick models of what these molecules are supposed to look like, which I'm a chemistry student and I actually can't make sense of these because I get all of my information in a different format. It's sort of funny.
It might be my volume settings. I don't have earmuffs on, so it might be my... Again, apologies if it's lower. But again, this is going to be exported to YouTube, hopefully. So I guess before the export, I can try to like rebalance the sound. Here, let me get closer to Kimika.
Apparently, all life
Anyway.
is the descendant of something that probably looks like this.
Yep.
Mm.
And now this here, this is the origin of all the oxygen.
Again, you can all join me if you're on my friends list.
At least
Would
before,
love to have more people.
At least before like grass and trees became a thing. You just had like these cyanobacteria that flooded the atmosphere with oxygen that killed a lot of things.
Thank you, green worms.
And if you have a lot of cyanobacteria that collect together, then they fossilize like this sort of sediment.
The music is an absolute banger in this world.
Here are some creatures.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't have much to say about these creatures, but they're critters. They're just
Trilobites.
Space, I mean, water bugs.
Little critters. Yes, water bugs. We're not.
You can get fossils of trilobites because I think they're one of the most commonly found fossils out.
Yeah, we're not at the spaceport of things yet. Unfortunately.
Even though they look kind of alien.
I should have scheduled this at a slightly different time, but oh well.
I mean, there is like a thing that still looks like that. I think it stopped evolving. It hasn't evolved in like thousands of years. It's just there in the ocean. Kind of looks like that.
Believably, yeah.
What they called?
Okay, here are some other creatures, which I mean, they're creatures. I don't have too much to say about them.
Oh yeah,
But you
there's
can see
Grandpa
how
T.
there's a lot of different life forms that descended from that like single-celled organism.
This is so cool. I hope you're all enjoying this because I'm glad I'm starting to consistently get viewers again. Not that many, but definitely consistent. And yes, there will be, unfortunately, no sex during this, but visually this is sex.
The logical endpoint of evolution is VR chat anime girl.
Yes.
As we can all imagine. Okay.
Maybe
Here's some human migration. There's this animated globe map of the migration patterns.
That's so cool.
Yep. And then there's some infrastructure here that is used for moving humans around.
Yeah.
There's yep. We lost a bunch of people already. Okay, fine. There was a boat. There's a chariot. Train. Steam locomotive. And
I took a heavy dose of ibuprofen before
look, it's
this
an airplane.
event. It's definitely gonna hold me the whole.
Apparently, the total length of the first flight of
Gonna hold me for 12 hours, let alone the length of this event.
basically the same as the length from one end of this room to the other, which is odd. It's oddly short, I guess, compared to what some people might think. But apparently, that is enough to give the Wright brothers the claim of first powered flight. Yeah, well, on
Yeah,
the
it
other
sounds
wall
more like
here,
gliding.
I mean, maybe, who knows? There was an engine on it, though. There was an engine on it. Okay, so here on the other wall we have some animations of different models of what people thought the solar system looks like, or how they thought it.
If there are any tech issues, let me know, okay? I'll try to also talk low for the stream viewers here live or viewers from the YouTube export later, so that I'm not accidentally over talking over Kimika.
Here's the basic everything revolves around the Earth model, which couldn't explain.
I'm actually
some
muted in game right
regular
now.
reason
Push to
was
talk in
how
game, but I'm open mic here for the
motion
stream.
works, because like
Oh, yeah.
because there are some times when the planets appear to be moving backwards relative to how they should be moving under this model, which is, you know, that's an artifact of like things. Artifact of things that happen because things are orbiting around the sun at different rates. But in this case, this model would predict that the planets would have just constant apparent motion around the Earth at all times. So then, PoV proposed a theory where, like, there are circular points. I mean, there are points that go in circles around the Earth, and then the other planets move in circles around those points. Or at least I think that's a correct way of describing it. And so that explains the retrograde motion, or like the backwards motion relative to what that model would predict. But it's also really complicated. And it's like, how do you explain how the planets are moving that, or why the planets are moving that way, other than that they're just moving that way for no apparent reason?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not very parsable.
Yes. And then this here model, which originated a few hundred years, like sometime in the Renaissance, I think, proposes that the sun orbits the Earth and everything else orbits the sun. Which, okay, I guess it is equivalent.
Where is the sun in this?
It's the yellow thing that's going in a circle around the Earth. I know it's very hard to see what any of this is. But like, this model is equivalent to the model which has everything orbiting the sun, or at least it is equivalent in terms of indicating what the relative positions of other things to the Earth should be. But actually, so is that model, but it's not really accurate, or like same issue of like, why would the Earth be the thing that's appropriate to model as being fixed in space? But then this one, this one here is, well, it's closer to reality.
Oh wow, it's funny. Yeah.
It proposes that things are all orbiting the sun, and
Yeah.
later
big
later
fan of that.
later advances in understandings of physics eventually made this one the most widely accepted. I know there are a lot of flat earthers out there, but I don't know if there are people who still believe in those theories out there in abundant quantities. But yeah,
But at this point, it's already proven, no?
I mean,
Because we have been.
Well, there is a world called Nico's Flat Earth, ironically. So, is it any good?
Some
I
people
mean,
don't accept
it's
proof
funny.
unless they experience it themselves, which is unfortunate.
I've never been there.
Send the flat earthers to space.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the flat Earth world it's funny. It's funny. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
We love saying things about how it's the truth that NASA is hiding from us, especially when Space Guy 5 is there.
His
Okay,
secrets.
well, yeah, that is more or less all I wanted to say about this room. I tend to not talk too much in here because this is a space museum. I'm gonna talk more about the space stuff. Any other questions before we move on?
Is that model something somehow different from a real one?
Well, it depends because like you have the in reality the sun is orbiting around the center of the Milky Way galaxy, and then
Yeah, but
it's like this is an accurate
already
enough
more
approximation.
massive.
Yeah, I guess if it
a lot
says center of the universe, which is very
so
kind
it's
of
like
false.
Yeah.
This was a better approximation of reality than those were, but this is still a less accurate than it could be approximation of reality. Any other questions?
I just thought. So people should also count what's happening. How to say it? Calculations of moving of Milky Way.
I mean, it's not relevant for like space travel purposes within the solar system at all, but like in terms of astronomy and like space like astronomy observation stuff, that is a relevant thing to understand, I would imagine, because like in astronomy one of the things that you often examine is going to be like the apparent change in the color of the light being emitted by, say, other stars, which results from the relative motion between our location and those stars. And so it helps to have some understanding of the relative motion of our solar system with respect to other things when we are doing that sort of astronomy. Granted, I'm not an astronomy expert at all, so like orbital rocketry is my main area of interest, which is why I split this part of the tour into 2 phases and not the next part of the tour. Other questions? If not, okay, let's move on.
How often does this tour happen?
This is actually the first tour they're doing, but Kimika is willing to run tours even for like 1 or 2 people if they really want it. He's just that passionate about going over this stuff. He'll have private tours for people, regardless, like, as long as someone wants it. So yeah, just ask him.
Okay.
With that said, speaking of tour,
Okay, well, hopefully they'll make it to the next phase. Okay. Go in here then.
Oh.
now we're talking.
Yeah, now the serious space stuff starts. This here is the Apollo 11 command module.
Whoa.
As it did a similar thing to what we saw yesterday.
This one's got big windows.
That's not a window. That's the
That's the hatch. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. And then this here is the rocket that was used to launch this thingy along with a whole bunch of other thingies. And this is actual size.
Damn.
Yeah, this is pretty big. Look at this. Actual
There's a lot
size.
of cool little details that you can see modeled in here. Actually, like you can see where the like nozzle and combustion chamber cooling system transitions from being cooled by regenerative cooling to film cooling, which I will explain in the next loop through here. But the people who made this museum, they really do just go crazy with details, and it's amazing.
Oh, video back there. I don't know if it's showing up on the stream, but damn.
Like, obviously, there's some stuff that's sort of missing.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm actually gonna switch to just my POV because this is not showing up the camera. Look at this.
I got confused.
You read it.
So this is how it looks through my eyes, by the way. It's just how the camera renders, unfortunately.
Basically a black powder propelled rocket that originated in China about 800 years
Oh, I
ago.
did once. That was a
And
bit
like
confusing. But I
that was
was-
the origin of rocket technology, but for a long time it wasn't really used for any sort of useful transportation purpose. It was just rather odd military curiosity. So then we had to wait until I think 1920. What is it? 1926 for this thing. This strange contraption was built by Robert Goddard, and it was the first device to demonstrate the viability of a liquid bipropellant rocket engine. In other words, so this just had a flammable solid composition loaded into a casing, which would be used for propulsion purposes. This one has liquid propellants which are pumped into a thing, and then the propellants get burned in the thing, and that produces thrust. And that is the foundational technology for all these other rockets that we have here, including the giant one that's behind
Wow.
you.
Also, it's amazing that it was in 1926, and within less than 50
Yes.
years, we were on the
Yes.
moon. After
Yes.
this,
Yeah, it's 100 years
that
ago.
is
Yeah, 100th anniversary was
Mhm.
not too long ago.
Really 100.
This critter
yeah.
is which you will notice is the group icon for this group, because I don't know,
Oh.
that's just a placeholder. I took a photo of it at the National Air and Space Museum when I went there a few years ago, and I just threw it in there. If anyone has better ideas for a group icon, let me know. But this is the German V2 rocket, which it's a thing. It was basically the foundation of all modern rocketry. It was developed by Werner von Braun with significant funding from the German military. Like his whole research group was funded by like the German military in the years before World War II. And I guess Hitler wanted a wonder weapon like this. He thought this would be the wonder weapon that solved all of his problems, and so tons of money got shoveled into building a lot of these and bombarding mostly civilian population centers. These were not accurate enough to be useful for bombarding any sort of specific military targets, so it was more or less just a terror weapon used against like civilian populations, mostly in London and Antwerp. Another tragic thing about this, more people died from like the forced labor being used to make these than from being bombarded by these. So it's like this is the foundation of all modern rocketry, and it's really tragic. So yeah.
Again, come to this world. It's a public world. Anyone can go here.
In the war, rocket scientists
and
who
all
work on
this.
this,
You can see stuff like this, particularly the
the
full of this
American
movie back here.
Soviets that are moving into Germany really want to round them up and put them to work on things. So Werner von Braun and his most elite scientists and engineers,
Back to this view.
they all flee to Western Germany to surrender to American forces, and they get taken to the United States, where they later work on other things that I'll get to momentarily. And the Soviets captured a bunch of lower-level German rocket scientists and tried to put them to work on things too. So
That movie clips first footage is
the whole
1926 to 1928, by the
it was
way.
very influential for both the American and Soviet rocketry programs for reasons that I will explain in more detail in about 1 or 2 hours. This here, first successful orbital rocket and first technically viable intercontinental ballistic missile. This is called the R-7. It launched Sputnik 1, the satellite which is right above me, into orbit. And first artificial satellite. You will notice that this is really big. And the reason for it is that, like, this is, what is it? In part, the reason for it is that they didn't want to deal with... Actually, no, I'll explain it later, but... This was... Perfect. The design for this was appreciably influenced by, like, the V2 rocket, although the influence is more obvious with Redstone, which I'll get to momentarily. Like, the system that they use for running the propellant pumps is very similar to the one used on the V2 in particular, although the propellant and a lot of other design features are quite different. So, this rocket, first rocket to put something into orbit, it caused a massive scare in the West because of fears about how the Soviets were far ahead of American rocketry and missile technology. Like, if you have an orbital rocket that can put something into orbit, it means you also have something that can deliver something to any other location in the world and drop it on your cities and whatnot. So, there's much panic in the West about a missile gap, although it turns out that wasn't really a thing. And this here rocket has basically become the foundation of the entire Russian and Soviet space program for 70 years. Modernized derivatives of this are still flying today, as we'll see in the next room. Modernized derivatives, which look shockingly similar, actually, just with some more stuff on top. So here we have the Redstone ballistic missile and the Juno 1 orbital rocket. The Redstone was the thing that Werner von Braun worked to when he came to the United States and was put to work in the United States Army's missile agency. And this missile, it uses the same propellant combination and basically the same propellant pump drive system as the V2 rocket, and it's just slightly different form factor of quite similar technology. And so this was the first American, like, ballistic missile to be widely deployed, if I'm not mistaken, mostly because the technology was very widely available. By the end of the war, like, the Americans, they got von Braun, they also got, like, something like 100, like, material for, well, I don't know the exact number, but they got a lot of completed V2 rockets, ports of V2 rockets, and they also got plenty of blueprints with which they could make more of those rockets. So they made a bunch of those, fired them, did experiments, and eventually stuff developed into this more refined missile, which could be used to deliver nuclear warheads. Then Juno 1, this one here, is it's a derivative of Redstone, which uses a denser propellant called Hydine for slightly enhanced performance. And then there are 3 solid propellant stages on the top, which are just taken from rocket motor designs that existed for missile applications. And this was the first American orbital rocket. It delivered a much smaller payload, but that payload actually did some interesting science. Like Sputnik 1, that one there, it was basically just a thing that emitted radio signals. It was just going beep, 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 beep all the time in space for a few weeks until it deorbited. Explorer 1, the payload on this rocket, was actually it had a sensor on it which was used to confirm the existence of the Van Allen belts, like belts of radiation trapped over the Earth by its magnetic field. And so that was a cool little thing. Explorer 1 is right above me. You will actually notice that there's a rocket motor on the back of it, which is the final stage of this rocket, and the like science payload and antennas are on the front. Okay. There's that. Here, this is the Vostok rocket, which was used to launch the first human into orbit by the Soviet Union. Yuri Gagarin was the lucky cosmonaut who flew on this flight, and he did a great thing for all of humanity. So, yes, that is what happened here. You will notice that this is very similar to this one, except that it now has some additional stuff on the top. There's an additional rocket stage, which is used to increase the performance that it can carry the whole crew vehicle. And then the crew vehicle is, look above me, it's that big ball thing with a cone on the back. And, okay, there's that. And then, this one here, Mercury Redstone. You can guess where this came from. They put the Mercury crew vehicle onto a Redstone ballistic missile. They made some minor modifications on the Redstone missile for like safety reasons, but that's basically what this is. You will notice that one of the recurring themes of early rocket development was that all of it, basically all of it, came from stacking stuff on top of ballistic missiles. And then once they had designs that worked, those designs would just keep getting incrementally upgraded for 50 years, instead of being completely replaced. Okay, and then this small thing here. This is a system that was used for testing the launch escape system. So if you see this little tower on top of the crew capsule, this is the launch escape system. This is the crew capsule. This is where the astronaut sits, and basically this launch escape system, it's meant to pull the capsule off the top of the spacecraft if the spacecraft is about to explode. So this was a vehicle for testing that without expending a whole one of these rockets. And yeah, this one, Mercury Redstone could only send astronauts on suborbital trajectories, so you wouldn't go all the way around the world the way you would on Vostok. Like Vostok here could complete a full orbit around the Earth and then come back down in like Kazakhstan or wherever. So if you want to send an astronaut all the way to orbit on Mercury, you need this one, which is Mercury Atlas. Atlas is another ballistic missile, which is Atlas is a really amazing piece of work for reasons that I will explain when I move through here again later. But basically, a higher performing booster, again, derived from a ballistic missile, which turned out to be rather impractical for use as a ballistic missile. But it was a very, very good space launch vehicle, and so this Atlas design stayed in use as a space launch vehicle for also something like 40 or 50 years. And okay. And so that's Mercury. This is Gemini Titan 2. Can you guess where Titan 2 comes from? Go on, somebody say something. Like Titan 2 is the rocket booster on here. Okay, so Titan 2, it's another ballistic missile, just like all of these. They're all ballistic missiles with new stuff on top. So,
Can I just say that little Joe is adorable?
Yeah, that's true. A lot of things are cute. Actually, one of the great traditions of the Japanese space community is that they love talking about how their favorite rockets and spacecraft are cute.
Kawaii.
Yeah.
Very cute.
Okay, yeah. So so the Gemini crew vehicle, you'll notice that there's no launch escape system like tower on it. That's because it has ejection seats. So if something goes wrong, the astronauts are supposed to just like bail out with ejection seats and then hopefully parachute down to the ground. Actually, there was also an ejection seat on Vostok, and unlike this, the ejection seat on Vostok was actually meant to be used like as like standard procedure because because there was no like soft landing system, and that thing would just hit the ground hard on land, whereas this would land in the water. So there's that. So this vehicle was the Gemini vehicle was the first to demonstrate extravehicular activity for like in the United States space programs, like astronauts going outside the spacecraft and doing work in just the spacesuits. And it was also the first to demonstrate like rendezvous and docking with a target. So like they would launch a target into space, and then they would launch one of these, and then the target and this thing would meet up and actually physically dock to each other with a docking adapter that would be attached on the nose of the thing. There's that, and then Titan 2 was a more viable ballistic missile than any of those really. The problem with all of those rockets is that they use liquid oxygen as an oxidizer, and that boils off, and that's bad for ballistic missile logistics because you want your missiles to be able to launch at any time. Titan 2, on the other hand, used propellants that were stable at room temperature, so you could more or less just store it in a ready-to-launch condition indefinitely. And so Titan 2 had a much longer lifespan as a ballistic missile compared to all of those other rockets over there. But yeah. Eventually, it was phased out and replaced by Minuteman, which uses solid propellants, which have the same advantage. They're also as long as you store them in some area with suitable environmental conditioning. I will say more fun things about this when I look through here later and go through more technical stuff, but yeah. Okay. I should probably ask for questions if you have any. Sometimes I forget to do that as much as I should.
All good here.
Somebody's typing behind you, so yeah, satellites are tiny because the problem with rockets is that rockets get really big really quickly if you try to launch big payloads. And the technology would be much more manageable for it's just much more manageable to develop the technology when you have a small payload to launch compared to a big payload. Like, actually, the Sputnik rocket had the means to launch fairly large payloads. I think a few metric tons. But, yeah, for the first payload, they just launched something pretty small. Oh yeah, one other thing I should mention, which isn't exactly shown here. The Juno 1 rocket. This was the first American orbital rocket that actually succeeded. But there was another rocket called Vanguard, which the American government gave priority to for a long time as the rocket that they thought would launch the first American satellite. And Vanguard, it had a bunch of just embarrassing failures at launch, so it didn't work for quite a while. And if Vanguard works, the first artificial satellite probably would have been launched by the United States, but because of politics, part of which people think might be related to the fact that von Braun was a literal Nazi, because of politics, the US government decided to try to focus on a less viable launch vehicle for the first American satellite, and then they realized that wasn't working after Sputnik went up. They went to von Braun, and von Braun did his thing, and this is what resulted from it. Okay. This is the Soviet moon rocket. It's called the N-1, and it didn't work. It didn't work at all. There were four test flights, and they all blew up or otherwise there were a lot of interesting technical reasons for why it didn't work, which I will also explain when I loop back through here later, but it didn't work. 4 test flights happened, and then the program got canceled. Program got canceled due to a bunch of interesting internal bureaucracy disputes in the Soviet rocketry establishments. Mostly, partially because the chief designer who worked on this rocket, Sergei Krylov, he died sometime during its development, and then Glushko, who was the other major designer vying for influence in that ecosystem, did not like Krylov very much. This one here is the Saturn V. It's the rocket that works, and it sent a bunch of people to the moon. And yes, it is quite astonishing that they somehow pulled this off in 7 years or so. They went from those tiny things. Those tiny things down there were launching in 1957. This thing, 1960, 68, 69. Moon landing in 1969. So the technology was going, developing really quickly.
Yeah.
And, this was far larger than anything you would need for a ballistic missile program. So it's the strategic impetus for this whole moon program really was just that Kennedy and American leadership wanted the propaganda victory of being they wanted to show that the United States was the most technologically advanced country in the world, and they were losing really badly to the Soviet Union for some time, because the Soviet Union, they got the first human in space, the first spacecraft to hit the moon, first to go around the far side of the moon. They were doing all sorts of crazy things, and the American space program, they had technology, they just hadn't put it to use in a way that was as amenable to getting propaganda victories when the Soviets were doing a lot of those things first. So this happened, and the main driving force for it was very much just the propaganda value of beating the Soviets at something, and it worked. It worked apparently. Yeah. The Soviet moon program was it was a thing. They gave up on it when, I guess, development was going badly, and they didn't really see the point when the Americans already did it first and got the propaganda victory for it. And so, yes. What else? But a lot of really interesting technology was actually developed for this program. The guidance computer is it was very much cutting edge computer technology, which it was later used on a bunch of other experiments, like the digital fly-by-wire, and this program, it pushed a lot of technology forward by a lot of time.
Yeah.
Okay, here, Apollo Soyuz. There's a full-scale replica above me. So this thing is so there's the Apollo Command and Service Module here, this side, and this one on this side is Soyuz, which is this is a vehicle which was developed for the Soviet moon program. It was meant to be carried on the N-1. Later it's carried on, it still is carried on the Soyuz rocket for missions in low Earth orbits, and the Soyuz rocket is it's a derivative of the also a derivative of the R-7 ballistic missile. So, yes. This mission was carried out in 1975, and I believe the agreement, the bilateral agreement which was signed to arrange this mission between the U.S. and Soviet Union, that was signed in 1972. So what happened was that there was a what is it? For a relatively short period of time, around 1970 to 75 or so, U.S.-Soviet relations were improving. Richard Nixon, the president at the time, saw that as a priority to try to improve relations between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, and collaboration in space was one of the things which resulted from it. Now, after Nixon resigned in disgrace in 1974 due to the Watergate scandal, that all sort of started falling apart for a lot of reasons, and so there wasn't really any further U.S., Soviet, or Russian space collaboration until the Shuttle Mir program in the 1990s. But, yes, this happened. This happens, and it was at least a symbolic gesture about something about the future of collaboration in space. I will say there is much room for interpretation about what exactly this actually means, and I still need to write a note in the master translation spreadsheet about this. Okay. This one here, this is an engine that was developed for the version of the N1 that was never built. That version was canceled before it could ever be built due to the failures of the 4 test flights of the other version. But this here uses an interesting technology, which I will explain later. Interesting technology, which makes it quite literally 10 or 15% more efficient than any comparable rocket engine that was ever developed in the United States during the Cold War. So, it's interesting. And 10 to 15%, that is a lot when you're thinking about an endeavor like rocketry, which is just so sensitive to fine performance margins. But yeah, like about 100 of these engines were made by the Kuznetsov Design Bureau, and they were all ordered destroyed when the N1 program was canceled. But instead of destroying it, the Kuznetsov Design Bureau decided to just hide them in a warehouse, and then they just sat in the warehouse for like 20 years. And then when the Cold War ended, a bunch of confusing references to anomalously efficient kerosene rocket engines started showing up in the West, and Western rocket scientists went to go investigate, and this is what they found. So an American company, Aerojet, bought a bunch of these, and they were used on an American rocket called Antares, at least until Antares blew up because one of these had a turbopump explosion, and these are also now used on a rocket called Soyuz 2.1V, which is it's very much not like the other Soyuz rocket. I'll explain that later. Okay, questions? Okay. In that case, let's go in here. This is a full-size replica of the Saturn V rocket. You can go inside a propellant tank. So these things here, these are the inlets for. Let's wait for people to come in. Everyone, come in.
Hey!
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello? Hello, how are you?
Wow.
Question. Okay, is that everyone here? Everyone here?
Voilà
Oh,
les gars,
wait.
on a fait.
Wait. Come here, please.
Allez, on est là, on est dans la rue.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I think I will go for now.
Fine.
Huh?
Going now?
You have fun.
Wait, so.
I will have to go for
Oh,
now.
you're going?
Jesus Christ, that is an obnoxious
Oh,
avatar.
going to visit.
Oasis event.
Thank you for
Yeah.
joining us.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it was fun. I learned a lot.
Okay.
Thank you for inviting me.
So this is the inside of a propellant tank, and these 5 thingies here are the inlets for the propellant, because there's a lot of propellants that gets ingested. Hey,
Bye, KF. It was nice. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, so these are propellant inlets for the main engines. The main engines eat a lot of propellants because they are Okay. These consume a lot of propellant, so they need some big pipes for taking the propellant in, and all of this would be filled with liquid oxygen when the rocket is about to launch. These ribs out here, these are a support structure. Hey, don't.
Listen him. Listen
Don't.
him.
C'est une visite guidée.
Listen,
Mais oui, c'est une visite guidée.
Oui, écoutez-moi, s'il vous plaît.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, there's this support structure which is welded to support the tank, because these are under quite high pressure, and they also have to support a lot of mass from like the other stages of the rocket on top. So optimizing this is an interesting engineering problem, because like you need your tanks to be strong, but rockets are also very intolerant of excess mass. So these need to be quite lightweight as well. So this is what goes on inside the rocket propellant tank, if you ever wondered about
That
that.
is such an obnoxious avatar. There's so much shit around it. Probably because I guess something with the imposter. We're not showing the avatar fully. It causes like all these weird things.
You can jump here.
But that's gotta be that's a dreadfully heavy avatar. I really do not want to enable it. Unless I absolutely need to.
Okay.
Yes, this is the moon. This is the moon.
Okay. So, okay, everyone gather around here, please. Okay.
Mes gamines, venez, on se casse.
Ça c'est les hémorroïdes de budget, ça.
So the first thing here, this is a Japanese moonlander called SLIM, Smart Lander for Investigating Moon, and it's
Mais nous, on est intéressés.
Okay, fine. And it was actually launched pretty recently on an H-2A rocket. So it was meant to land at a very precisely lands at a predetermined target, and they successfully landed like within 100 meters of it. Unfortunately, it actually landed like it was supposed to land like this. It actually landed like this because one of these main engine nozzles actually broke off during final descent, and so it just tilted over a bunch. Interestingly, I think I've heard that it was able to do science more efficiently because it face planted like this. And these two things here, these are little rovers that were carried on this lander. This one is LEV-1, which it goes around by hopping. Like this little pusher thingy is actually used to hop. And you might be able to see that animated actually. And this one, LEV-2 or Sora Q, was actually made in collaboration with a Japanese toy company, Tomy.
Damn.
So, and I believe these were connected to the main lander using just a standard Wi-Fi protocol. So don't quote me on that. I'm actually not sure about that detail. But yes, Japanese the Japanese space program does a lot of really innovative stuff, even though their budget is like...
Actually, that avatar's fine. It's just a weird with the fallback, so I'll enable it.
And the budget is tiny considering
See, look.
things. Okay.
See, look, it's fine. There's no issues with the avatar. It's just weird how the imposter generated.
No, not the command module. This is the Apollo lunar module. So the way the Apollo missions work, you have the command and service module, and you have the lunar module. Those modules go to the moon together, and then
Et dire qu'on perd du temps parce qu'il parle
they
en
all
anglais.
capture together into
Je
lunar
comprends rien,
orbits.
Wall, je comprends rien.
They capture together into lunar orbits, and then this module goes down to the surface, back up, meets with the command module. Then the command module ditches this in lunar orbits, and the command and service module go back to Earth, and the command module re-enters. Okay.
Okay.
And then, yes.
Damn.
One fun capability this has. This is the lunar module descent engine. This is the lunar module descent engine, and it developed a new technology for like very deep throttling. I think it can throttle down to like 10 or 20% of its maximum rated thrust, which is really important because if you're going to land on the moon, you need like a lot of fine control capability. Like one of the requirements was that that the lunar module needs to be able to hover over the moon for I think over a minute before it descends to the surface if that's necessary. And hovering is a difficult task because you have to balance your thrust so that you're not going up or down excessively. So yes, there's that. So you have 3 astronauts on each of the Apollo moon landing missions, and 2 would get in here and go down, while a 3rd would stay in the command module. And yes, there's that.
Amazing.
Yes. And then this golden thing on the bottom is just the like descent propulsion and the descent module, which carries some cargo, and then the ascent stage is the very strange, irregularly shaped thing on the top, which has what is it? Has those thrusters. It has its own main engine too, which doesn't have that throttling capability because it just needs to be reliable enough to send the astronauts up back into orbit of the moon. Okay. This here is a rover, which is carried on the later Apollo missions. Like the earlier Apollo moon landing missions had less payload capacity that it could carry down to the moon, but the later missions had a slightly upgraded engine which allowed for carrying more stuff. And this rover was one of those things that was carried on some of those missions. And this rover, this rover was carried around, and it enabled more exploration from the astronauts, whereas previously they were limited just wherever they could walk to around the launch sites. You could humorously but not inaccurately describe this as the world's most expensive golf cart. But actually, somebody did take a golf ball to the moon on one of the Apollo missions and hit it with a jury-rigged golf club. And it apparently went pretty far. It would not have gone into orbit, but it would have gone pretty far. Okay. Here, this thing is a Russian... Oh, wait, no. This here's a Soviet lunar rover. My Japanese friends will... I think my Japanese friends would be entertained when I tell them that it looks like a rice cooker. Some other commentators have said that it looks like a or a toilet. So,
Delicious.
Various commentators have different interpretations of what this looks like. But it is a thing. Okay. Does anyone have questions?
Oh,
Okay,
no,
then.
it's okay, it's okay.
Okay. There's the next room. So this room is dedicated to Japanese rocketry. This is the first successful Japanese orbital rocket, and let's see, it actually has no guidance system on the first 3 stages because of fears about this technology being repurposed into a ballistic missile or technology being perceived as something like that. Eventually, Japan, like the Japanese rocketry program, became more accepting of using guidance systems on large rockets, and so over there, I'll explain that later. This here is the pencil rocket, which is an early thing that was used for rocketry experimentation by Hideo Itokawa, and his group, one of the pioneers of the Japanese rocketry program. And this is a ball with a hat. It's called Osumi, and it's Japan's first successful satellite. So the ball is a solid rocket motor, which also constituted the fourth stage of that rocket. And the hat was the payload, which I believe was a radio transmitter and not much else. But this successfully demonstrated Japan's ability to put a satellite into orbit, and this was in like 1970, which I believe made Japan the 4th country to successfully put a satellite into orbit on its own after, I think, after the United States, Soviet Union, and France. Actually, China might have... I don't actually know if China put a satellite into orbit before then, but another fun fact, this launch rail, the actual launch rail that was used to launch Japan's first, used for this rocket that launched Japan's first satellite, it's on display at a museum in Tokyo, and that museum has a full-scale replica of the rocket attached to that launch rail. So if you ever go to Tokyo, go look for this. It's great. Okay.
Okay. Internet, problème.
Okay, so these are more recent Japanese solid propellant rockets. They have like full guidance systems and everything. Actually, if you look over here, these are oops. This is a thrust vectoring actuation system, which it rotates the nozzle around in order to provide control to the rocket. And also these little things on the side, these are additional thrusters to like provide roll control to the rocket, so that's like it can be steered during ascent. That one over there, that one was not steered at all. It was just passively stable using like the fin stabilization, and it was just passively stable and tilted over. So they just had to get the angle of the launch rail correct. So this one, you will notice that the Japanese people who make worlds like this, their attention to detail is very much just off the charts. They modeled all the little details like this. They've also modeled like the geometry of the propellant grade here, because with solid rocket motors you can't. With liquid propellant rocket motors, you can just control the amount of propellant that gets pumped in, and that'll control the like amount of thrust that's produced, at least to some extent. In this case, like you light the solid rocket motor and you can't really do anything to change it afterwards. What you do, you have this geometry which varies the surface area of the propellant that's able to burn at any time. And like thrust produced by a solid rocket motor increases with exposed surface area, so if you can regulate that, you can regulate the thrust. And as you can see, that is modeled here. Another fun detail that's modeled, you have this igniter thing. This little golden thing at the front end.
Wait.
And this propellant is actually pretty hard to ignite because you need to supply it with a bunch of hot pressurized gas in order to start vaporizing propellant and causing it to burn. And so you have these like multiple stages of pyrotechnic composition here, which will hopefully generate enough hot gas to ignite the entire core of here all the way down all at once. And okay, we have some similar features on this stage. And now here's a smaller solid rocket booster, a smaller solid rocket motor, which fires in vacuum. So in this one, here's the igniter.
These are beautiful. All these Japanese rockets are just beautiful.
You don't need it at the head end because
They're my favorite just because of how they look. I'm not saying that because I'm like weeaboo or anything. It's just the little things add cheer and soul and make you, happy and fuzzy on the inside. And that's what these Japanese rockets do.
UV or U5, depending on who you ask. And it was used to launch some various things from I think 1997.
Look at these. Look at these. You can even pick these up. They're beautiful.
Hayabusa spacecraft right here, which was used to recover sample material from an asteroid and bring it back to Earth. And that is first time anyone successfully did that, and it was done by actually the story of how Hayabusa somehow succeeded is really amazing. They had a lot of things that went horribly wrong along the way, and somehow they managed to make it work. So there, yes, and okay, the rocket on top. The rocket on top, that's called Epsilon. It's a more recent rocket, which it uses the solid rocket motor of the H2A. It uses the H2A solid rocket booster as its first stage to save cost, and the payload shown there is a bunch of just small CubeSats. UV was used for a bunch of like interplanetary missions, so like it also launched a probe to Mars that didn't quite succeed. But yeah, Epsilon was mainly used for launching like astronomy and Earth observation satellites in low Earth orbits. Okay, then these here. These are some recent liquid propellant rockets made by Japan. They are let's see, and This one is H2A, which was retired last year after 50 flights. The big one here is also H2A. This one is H3, which is their current rocket, and it seems like they have a generally seems like these are both generally pretty good designs, all things considered. H3 had two. Well, actually no. H3 had one mission failure where hot gas leaked out of one of the seals around the back end of the solid rocket booster, and that that caused the booster to get stuck because the separation system welded together and jammed, and so it couldn't make it to orbit because there was just too much excess mass. This one had two honestly somewhat embarrassing and strange failures that happened, which hopefully they'll be able to fix the failure mode for the last one, because the payload adapter just broke apart. And speaking of the payload adapter, you can actually disassemble these models. And you can disassemble these models. You can disassemble these. You can take the you can take the payload out, and you can actually open these up.
Wow.
This here is Alos 4, which is an Earth observation satellite launched on the third flight of H3. The first flight carried carried Alos 3, which was another Earth observation satellite, and that was lost due to because the upper stage engine failed to ignite when it was supposed to. I think the failure mode was believed to be something with wires getting dislodged by vibrations that couldn't be simulated during simulated during ground testing. This one. Move. This is Hayabusa 2, which launched on an H2A rocket. Oh, you see, that one is Hayabusa, this one is Hayabusa 2. And this one was also sent to recover sample material from an asteroid and bring it back to Earth.
Yeah, this is inside the rocket?
Yes, this thing, it goes in, it just, all of this is to scale.
Whoa.
All of this is to scale. And, this is actual size. There's actually a world where there's actually a world made by the creator of these models, which shows a launch animation for the H3 rocket, but it's not publicly available. I've received special permission to do tours of that world a few times, but not something that I can just take people to whenever, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, that one's super cool.
It is. It's amazing. Okay. And then these here. These are the engines used on the H2A rockets. Come here. Okay. These are the engines used on the H2A rocket. They both run on liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So, yay. There are details that I can explain about them, but I feel like those details are something that I should probably save when I loop through here with some more technically oriented commentary. So I think let's just move over to the next room now. Okay. Oops.
I love those door effects. Ooh, look at that photogrammetry. That 3D photogrammetry.
Okay.
Ooh.
Make sure we're not leaving people behind. We seem to have lost the French, but well then. Okay,
I'm gonna switch to VR. I'll be right back.
Okay. So here's the space shuttle. It's It was developed by NASA after the Apollo program, and they wanted to make a reusable system which would save money, and they made some rather bold claims about how much money it would save. Unfortunately, it ended up being quite expensive to operate. From mostly because of the complications of having crew on board for even launching payloads which could just as easily be launched by an uncrewed rocket. But it was the space shuttle was capable of doing a lot of interesting science that no other platform was really capable of. It had the capability to bring payloads down to back down to Earth. So they used that very extensively for putting big crude experiment packages in space, and then working on those experiments for a week in orbit and then bringing them back. It could also launch large enough payloads to be useful for building the International Space Station. The only other rocket which was really used for that purpose was the Russian Proton rocket, or the Soviet Proton rocket. And let's see.
Also, if you type in chat room, I will reply. I'm here. I'm just muted in game.
Point out that yes, 2 space shuttles were lost in very tragic accidents, and 14 astronauts died in those accidents. But yeah, it is tragic. It is tragic, and it has to be mentioned. Okay. There's this other space shuttle model here, which you can pick it up, you can move it around, you can disassemble it. Look at this. Look at this. I'm just gonna throw it over there.
You're really gonna treat the space shuttle like that? Come on, Kimika.
I don't know how to pick it up now.
Well, it's stuck in there forever. Oh, there we go.
Okay. So that's
I'm gonna try to grab it. I think. Hey, I can.
You had it for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so the space shuttle was in operation from, I think, 1981 to 2011.
We might need a play space move. We might need. There we go.
Shuttle, oh, yay.
There we are.
Yay!
On the shuttle carrier aircraft once when Endeavour was being transported to the California Science Center in Los Angeles. So yeah, that's pretty cool. There is a world made by a VST member with a very detailed shuttle launch animation where you can actually ride inside of it. So that's awesome. You should go see it sometime. And this here is SLS. We all know SLS, right? This is the one that launched the Artemis missions.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's our baby.
It's
Who made Artemis possible?
It does have a lot of shuttle-derived.
The 2 Artemis missions possible.
Rocket boosters, they are literally made from just reassembled, made.
Let me just view down here.
Space shuttle solid rocket booster casings, and they're going to use that for the first, I think, 7 or so Artemis missions, and that's when they'll run out of the stockpile of shuttle era booster components. These are made in segments that are then connected together. So the shuttle boosters have 4 segments. These have 5 segments, and so you just have modules of rocket booster that get connected together. These rocket engines, the RS-25 space shuttle main engine, these are also being reused from the shuttle program on Artemis SLS flights. And what is it? I think the engines on the Orion crew vehicle at the top of the SLS rocket, those are actually taken from this here, the orbital maneuvering engines on the space shuttle. Literally the same engines. So I guess the old space shuttle hardware gets to have one last flight instead of going in a museum, which some people certainly wish these would go in a museum, but that is what NASA has decided to do with them. And so, yeah, the SLS rocket is the rocket that was meant to carry the new generation of moon exploration to the moon. And unlike the Apollo missions, which use just everything on one launch, like all the crew vehicles, the lander, everything, all of that was launched on one Saturn V rocket. For SLS, the plan is to launch like the crew vehicle for like the crew reentry vehicle on SLS, and then there would be a commercial lunar lander, which would be brought back to Earth on another which would be launched from Earth to the moon on another system separately, meet up with Orion in orbit over the moon, and then go down to the lunar surface from there and back up. So it's a different system. It is a different system which introduces a lot of complications for things, but it is a different system which they will be using. Yes. Are the black blocks orientation slots? Oh, these? I don't think they're for aligning the rocket. I think they're for facilitating camera tracking. Like, there were a lot of cameras just staring at this rocket as it goes up. So, all the black markings along the solid rocket boosters are for facilitating that.
I was curious about that before. Cool.
Okay. Okay. So, space stations. These were called Salyut, and nominally there were 7 of them built. But, what happened was that some of these were actually, like, civilian science missions, and some of these were cover stories for, like, military photo reconnaissance missions, which had humans on board to do military photo reconnaissance things. And so, actually, one of them, I believe, carried an autocannon. And that must have been a fun thing to have. Yeah, they literally just said.
Oh, hello, Sanjak. Thank you for your question. I'll ask the tour operator if they do.
Reconnaissance project that was called Almads, and they used the Salyut project as a cover story for that. So there were 7 of these launched, and unlike later space stations like Mir and the International Space Station, these aren't like
Because I really don't want to interrupt him
that
mid-tangent.
a lot of different launches and assembled together in space. This was just one unit.
Anyway, welcome to stream, by the way. Thanks for watching this. We felt like doing this after the hype of the success of Artemis 2. Another tour will be done tomorrow, same time. Really excited for this. I'm enjoying this. And yep, this is how I look, by the way, in VR chat.
Was actually converted from the propellant tank of a Saturn V rocket's third stage. So like all the guidance computers, they just used the original guidance computers which were built into here. And then you would have the Apollo command module docked to this thing. Only one of these was launched, and then you had 3 crews that worked on Skylab for I think 90 days.
I think anyone can go to this world, by the way. Oh my god, most of the world is in Japanese because the Japanese made this world, the Japanese space community. VS. Basically, it's a... Look for Cosmoria if you play VR chat. Like, search for World Search of Cosmoria.
So this here is Mir, which is a modular space station built by Russia and the Soviet Union. As you can see, it was in operation for. It started being built before the Soviet Union fell, and it was in use until like 9 years after the Soviet Union fell. So you have all these different modules which could be launched separately, and then they would be assembled together in space, which allows you to build probably something bigger compared to compared to like those things without using quite as big of a rocket for each time, because big rockets are expensive. Yes. So there was also a program where the space shuttle went to the Mir space station during the 1990s. Because I suppose in that time the U.S. government was also very interested in improving relations with Russia, and so they wanted to use space collaboration as a point of diplomacy for that purpose. There is a lot of diplomacy behind like why people make the decisions that they make with space exploration stuff. It is most certainly not just a matter of like, we want to do cool science, we're going to throw money at it. Yeah. Apparently Mir had some rather funny incidents that happened. I say funny in not the traditional sense of funny, but like one of the resupply vehicles, Progress, which is similar to Soyuz, it lost, if I remembered right, it lost attitude control, bumped into something, and the whole station started spinning once. And that was an incident. There was also an incident where there was a fire on board, and turns out fires are not exactly good for you in space, because there's no good way to... It's hard to fight a fire when your supply of oxygen is limited. You need to not have it consume all of your oxygen. You also need to have oxygen to breathe, and you also don't have any way to ventilate your space station. So that's a funny effect. I've also been told that there was mold growing in here at some point or another, and I would imagine that having mold on your space station is not good for you. Okay. Here's the International Space Station. As you can see, it is huge, although a lot of it is just a giant truss structure for like solar panels and radiators. So this was the product of some much international cooperation between the United States, Soviet Union, and a lot of other countries. If you look at that line of flags up above us, that's a bunch of the countries that have made some contribution or another to the space stations. Like there's a European module, there's a Japanese module, there's a bunch of American modules, there's a bunch of Russian modules. And I guess one interesting thing I might as well point out now is that there is a bit of mutually assured destruction in how this station is designed in order to prevent one side from just abandoning the program. Because the American section of the space station provides most of the electrical life supports, those things. And the Russian part of the station provides most of the attitude control and orbital station keeping. So you can't separate the American and Russian modules to have any amount of functional space station. That's basically, yeah.
Seems good.
I mean, preferable to, considering that during the start of the Ukraine war, there was some very provocative stuff being posted by the guy in charge of the Russian Space Agency about abandoning an American astronaut on the ISS. Yeah. Okay, where should I'll save the details on specific features of the ISS for later. Okay. Okay. This here. So apparently, the Japanese organization that made this world is quite a big deal. So they got some signed memorabilia from Japanese astronauts, which they are proudly displaying here. Both of these astronauts have been to the ISS, so yes. And also, they're actually able to go inside the International Space Station, and wait. It's online. Okay, let me check again if there's anyone writing. Why is... No. Fine. Okay. So yeah, there's that. And you're actually able to go inside the some modules of the space station. Ooh. So here's the Japanese module. This airlock is for deploying small satellites. They literally just put small satellites in here and close it out the back. And then there's just literally just a storage closet up there.
This is insane. We're actually going inside of this.
Okay. This is the European lab. I don't know. It's a lab.
Kibo, Japanese experiment module, pressurized module. I'm reading these locations because they're not showing up on the streamer cam.
Got lost. Self got lost.
Columbus, European lab. And in here is Harmony, Node 2.
This here I think this is what an astronaut sleeping compartment looks like. It literally just fits into the standardized equipment compartment.
Where Kimika is in is now the Destiny US lab.
Looks like. This one here. Okay. Here's some exercise machines because astronauts need to exercise. This is a control station for the robotic arm that's on the space station. There are a lot of different control points from which the robotic arm can be controlled. And let's see. Hello. Okay.
Oh, hello.
Okay, hello there.
Oh, hello.
So this here is the American EVA aerospace.
Unity Node 1 is where I'm standing right now.
Put some spacesuits here. They put spacesuits here, and when they're not in use, and then you just go out through here when you need to do work outside the space station.
Quest Joint Airlock.
The Russian modules are this way. They aren't modeled. Okay.
Tranquility,
There is a
Node
treadmill,
3.
because the astronauts need exercise.
Look how it's
There's a
mounted
space toilet.
perpendicularly.
Space toilet. And,
I sure hope this toilet worked.
I don't know.
I went there.
Yeah,
You never hear about this
on
one
the-
being a problem.
I mean, I'm sure the problems on it are just routine enough that nobody notices, or nobody in the public notices. Okay. Here is another storage closet, because it turns out that storage space is quite rare on spacecraft. This is literally just a storage closet.
Leonardo Permanent Multi-Purpose Module.
It was something
As
that they
Kimiko was saying, it's just a storage unit.
used for like transporting cargo to the ISS in the space shuttle's payload bay in the past, but they just converted it to a storage closet and attached it here permanently when the space shuttle was retired. But previously, this would would get attached here, then it would be detached when the space shuttle goes back down. And this is the famous window that everyone raves about.
Cupola Observatory Module down there.
That's so cool.
Yep. Okay. So then,
So, as I stupidly say a lot, I hope you enjoyed a tour of the crib.
okay.
Oh ho ho, everybody's favorite.
Okay.
Oh boy.
These are some. This is a somewhat random assortment of commercial space launch vehicles. So these two are like tiny rockets made by private companies. This one is This one is most infamous
Featuring
for
everyone's
humiliating
two
failure.
favorite,
One of
the
engines failed to ignite, and it just slid sideways until until it moved away from the launch pad and could be destroyed. Um, this one, Electron, works pretty well. It doesn't fail that often, and it's a very popular launch vehicle for like small satellites less than like 200 kilograms these days. You will notice if you're familiar with these rockets that a lot of logos are missing from these. It's because copyright. The people who made this museum they're quite concerned about running into copyright
yeah, like
issues.
say Amazon and
No logos
SpaceX.
have been emitted.
I don't remember what like Bezos
Unfortunately, if that's what they
space
have
or
to do,
whatever it's
that's what
call.
they
I
have
just
to
call
do.
it Amazon.
They are
I don't
actually a
think
very,
SpaceX is
very
Musk.
highly renowned group in Japan, and they have a lot of high-profile collaborations with various things. So they can't they can't quite afford to be lax about copyright things the way some other internet communities can. Especially because Japanese copyright law is just it's a thing.
Yeah, it's a whole nother animal compared to
So is
America.
Blue Origin's
Ooh.
New Shepard space tourism rocket, which it's a space tourism rocket for people to go on joyrides. And sometimes they do science experiments where you need something to be exposed to microgravity for a few minutes, but the market for those isn't that great as far as I can tell. Yeah, this is just a thing that Blue Origin has. Blue Origin is the Jeff Bezos rocket company, for those of you who don't know. But it's it's a thing. And
So
the
that's
one
its
fun
name.
thing with it.
I always just called it Amazon Space, honestly, because it's Bezos.
Oh yeah, well. One interesting thing with this rocket is that the booster actually can propulsively land. It uses the thrust from its engine to slow itself down and land on a landing pad. So that's interesting. This was actually the first rocket to success. Actually, no, that's not true. Previously, it was demonstrated by some experimental rocket called DCX, but this was the first commercial rocket to make use of that method of recovering the booster. The crew capsule detaches and then comes down under a parachute, so that's safer probably. There's that. This is Antares, which it's gone through a few iterations. Remember that Russian rocket engine, the NK-33 that I was talking about earlier? So the first version of Antares used two of those on the booster until or on the first stage, depending on what you want to call it, where it used those engines until one of them exploded on the launch pad, and that must have been fun for the people watching, because I think the freeburner burned through and ruptured and exploded. It's a consequence of the engine's design that I will explain later.
Do you
Yeah,
remember
this
Blue Origin is
the upper stage is a small
basically
rocket motor that
Amazon
you can
Space.
only
I need to remember
light it
this.
once, and you can't do anything with it after you've lit it. So this rocket is only really useful for launching things to low Earth orbit. It's pretty cost effective at doing that. Its only real use is launching the Cygnus resupply vehicle to the International Space Station. Um, but it does that well enough. The second iteration of Antares used a different engine of a different engine of Russian origin and another it had some other Ukrainian origin parts too on the first stage. So you can imagine what happened to those when the Ukraine war started. So yeah, now they're trying to build a third version of this, and the first stage is being made. The new first stage is being made by an American company called Firefly Aero.
Yeah, I don't think we're coming back from this one. I think this is a disconnect. Now, I just say I love how the disconnect happened right before we got to the SpaceX rocket. You can't make this shit up. I love the VR chat servers. They're the most stable servers of anything. In fact, they're so stable, I would trust it to run all of the internet. I'm not being bitter about it, I promise. Seriously, seriously, VR chat, it's not my fucking internet. It's your own fucking servers. Because you don't fucking know anything about stability or upgrades. So basically, yeah, this is like, all right, I need to figure out where they were. It was at 3. Actually, it might have been 2. I don't know. I think it was 3. I'm gonna double check on this. Yep. Okay, they're still here. It doesn't really mean anything because like this dude goes like for like minutes on anything.
And now, see, here's to power the Atlas V rocket, and the crew vehicle on top, that's called Starliner, which that vehicle is developed by Boeing, and it's meant to carry astronauts to the ISS. It suffered a bunch of like development delays, and on its crew test flight last year, they encountered a ton of issues with the like attitude control thruster system. So they're gonna need to rework some stuff. I don't know. Supposedly they'll be flying that again sometime this year, but they were concerned enough about the thruster.
Or they upload to YouTube that whole disconnect and having to get back to this. That's gonna be cut out.
Bring those 2 astronauts back on a SpaceX Dragon vehicle. Yeah. Also, another thing I should note on the Atlas rockets, the upper stage, that's called Centaur, and it's a derivative of the. And actually, wait, no, I'm explaining these things in the wrong order. So they call this Atlas, but I suppose that is a bit of a misnomer because the original Atlas rocket was a very peculiar design for. Actually, I'll explain this later. I'm not quite sure how I want to define this content, but this isn't really an Atlas rocket in the true sense of the term because the construction of the like tank structure and arrangement of engines is quite different from the original Atlas ballistic missile and the later like subsequent 40 years of Atlas rockets. But they call it Atlas, I guess, because name inheritance is weird. Also, they call this Atlas 5, but it's sort of funny because all the Atlas variants, they were like Atlas A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. And then when they got to I, they decided that the I was actually a Roman numeral. And then they went to Atlas 2, Atlas 3. They skipped Atlas 4 for some reason. Now this is Atlas 5.
That's so funny.
4 not good enough for you, huh?
I don't know.
They're confused about Roman numerals. The 4 is confusing even more so,
I
they
guess.
just skipped it.
And then there's IX.
Oh, they're probably gonna skip that one too.
Yep.
No, they're not. They're not going to build another Atlas. They're
And then there's
replacing this with a version
XIX.
called Vulcan.
Oh.
So yeah, so then the upper stage is called Centaur, and that's
IXI,
actually
I
derived
mean.
from something that has been
You
flying
said that
on
right.
both Atlas and Titan derivatives for decades. Like it is the. I guess this is how the space sector is, like the space launch business. Like a lot of things are just the children of designs from 60 or 70 years ago that just were absolute magic when they were first made, and they still work now with incremental modernizations. So yeah, there's that. And the Centaur upper stage it's actually insanely efficient for reasons that I will also explain when I go through the more technical run of these two rooms. Okay, this critter is called Falcon 9. Oh, hello there, welcome to the store. Please, I hope you will have fun and learn good things. So yeah, this critter is Falcon 9. It's developed by SpaceX. The payload is the Crew Dragon vehicle, which is also used to carry astronauts to the International Space Station. I think they've done like 15 or so crew rotations using the Dragon spacecraft now, so it's been doing a lot of work in the last 6 years. Yeah, and then the thing that this rocket is known for, it's the first orbital rocket that used propulsive landing to recover the boosters in a way that's like. Apparently that allows SpaceX to just massively increase their launch rate because like they have limited space for building stuff. And if they can recover the boosters, then like they can then that allows them to put more of that space into cranking out the upper stage, which does get expensive on every flight. And so they're launching these like once every 1 or 2 days, mostly for the Elon Musk internet constellation thingy.
Yeah, I think they launched one today for cargo.
Oh yeah, they did launch a Cygnus today, because like the Antares, the vehicle that's meant for launching Cygnus, is out of operation. So they've been launching those on Falcon 9 a bunch. No, the chopsticks aren't this one. The chopsticks are the next one. So this is the grid fin that the Falcon 9 uses for attitude control during descent into the atmosphere, and it lands on one of these boats. You see, nice boat. Once again, you will notice that the X icon here is missing because of copyright problems. But yeah, this is
cannot tell. Be silent. No.
What? They also have like landing zones like on land for missions that don't require the additional performance from landing these at sea, because if you land these downrange at sea, you can get more performance, but but it's more logistically complicated. Okay. This is the SpaceX Falcon Heavy rocket, which the name is a bit of a misnomer in some ways because it can't actually launch heavy payloads. SpaceX says that it can launch like 64 tons to low Earth orbit if it expends all the boosters. Sort of misleading because the structural limits on the upper stage are only like 22 tons. It's mostly used for launching payloads to like very high energy orbits, like direct to geostationary, interplanetary, those sorts of missions, but it's a thing. And then this here is the SpaceX Starship rocket, which supposedly it's going to be developed into a crewed moon lander, which will be used to send astronauts, like bring astronauts down from a high lunar orbit to the lunar surface and then back up. But it remains to be seen whether how that development will go. You will find if you spend enough time around me and Space Guy 5 that we're both rather cynical about this project. Like SpaceX has received, I think, 90% of the money from the contract to build the lunar landing system, and they don't even have a fully functional orbital rocket platform out of this, and they doesn't look like they've even made any serious attempt at any of the moon lander specific developments like life support systems, specific thruster systems needed for maneuvering near the moon, things like that. But yeah, supposedly this is meant to be able to carry large payloads to Earth orbit, use a bunch of refueling to go to other places, and carry like yeah, it's a thing. They want to be able to fully reuse all of these systems too, and there are some complications that they're going to have to hammer out with that. More on that on the next loop. But yeah. Okay. So these are satellites. These are satellites. Push. These are all the satellites. The blue ones are the Elon Musk internet constellation thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's too many.
I mean, fortunately, they're all in an orbit where if they stop working, the orbit will decay in like a year or 2 or 3. But yeah.
I get all that.
Some fun little details that I can point out here. Like if you look at just outside this railing, you can see a band of
Calculate
satellites.
the best I
This
can.
is the geostationary orbit band. So the way these move, these will all rotate along with the Earth's rotation. They move all the way around in 24 hours. So from the perspective of someone on the ground, they'll just stay. These satellites will just stay fixed in a position above them.
Oh.
And then.
And these the ones that are on.
The ones.
Oh mind.
Hello.
What is it? Hello. Oh yeah, the ones that are like a bit above and below, these are retired geostationary satellites that have been moved out of the geostationary band a bit so that they don't like collide with, they don't pose a collision risk to operational satellites.
That is cool. Look at all this. That's all decayed satellites.
For a long time, like geostationary was the most desired
I guess.
location for like commercial satellites, especially in communications. It's a very recent development to have these like low Earth orbit mega constellations. Although now it seems like way too many companies want to build them.
How's the stream running, everybody? You don't mind me asking.
One. Apparently Blue Origin has another one that it wants to do, and then SpaceX has one, and then they're going to do a bunch of AI data center. Apparently, I think these AI data centers are a scam meant to fleece gullible investors, but yeah.
Yeah.
This
and of course you got the Russian
way.
system as well. Yeah.
Yeah. The Chinese are also trying to build some such system. So yeah. Okay. If you look at the ones that are displayed here when you don't have all of them turned on, most of these are like some Japanese satellites. There are some other ones, like there's the International Space Station, there's Chinese Space Station, other things.
Ikari. Nice.
Yep. And then if you look out
here's
here,
the ISS.
Yep. And if you look out here, you can see some like Japanese communications, weather, and navigation satellites. These are all positioned in orbits where they will like loiter over Japan for most of their orbits.
Okay.
Nice.
Japan is right there. Yeah. Portal.
Space.
Yep. Okay. So this is a GPS satellite. So GPS is interesting because it doesn't know where you are. It just tells you where it is, and you can calculate where you are from where it is. Because like it knows its position accurate to I think centimeters, and it knows the time accurate to 20 nanoseconds. And so it just if you get signals from 4 of these, then you can figure out where you are.
Yeah, they basically just broadcast how late it is for them, and then by the time you get it, you know what distance it is.
Yeah. You literally just use the speed of light delay to determine how far you are from it.
That's
cool.
So that's why it needs like precision to nanoseconds. But it is really baffling to me how you can get that sort of thing to be so ubiquitous.
Ubiquitous, yeah.
Why am I screwing up that word? Yeah.
Was Space Guy here too, or was he like in a different part of the?
I don't know where he is. I don't know where he is. He must be tired. He has some weird IRL stuff going on with like in his stuff he needs to clean up in his apartment, so he might be busy now.
That's
yeah.
understandable.
Put it this way, water damage in your home is very, very, very bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That sucks.
The previous navigation satellites, you would have to like send a signal to them, and then it would look at your orientation relative to the satellite and its current location, and it would send you back a signal telling you where you are. This doesn't do that, which means it's much more scalable for like large numbers of receivers.
Yeah.
Yes. Another fun thing about GPS satellites, they have nuclear detonation detectors on board. Can anyone guess what that's for?
EMP protection?
No.
Oh. To detect if there's a war going on?
Partially.
I bet you it's something simple.
The main usage case would be like verification of compliance with the partial and comprehensive test ban treaties. So
oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's like previously before this there were like dedicated satellites that carried those sensors, but now I guess since GPS satellites are flying in high orbits where they can see a lot of the Earth at a time, they can like if you look down you can see how much of the Earth the satellite can see. But So yeah, that makes these a pretty suitable platform for carrying nuclear detonation detectors that detect like super high energy events over a large portion of the world. But yeah, that's what happens. What else am I? What else do I? Okay, fine. Next.
As a geostationary weather satellites.
This is a weather satellite. Actually, one of this model was made by one of my friends, and really cute thing is that he has a small version of this pinned in the hair of his avatar.
Oh yeah,
that's cute.
Yeah, actually, he was at our event yesterday, so I hope he had fun. It does seem to be somewhat customary in the Japanese VR space community to have like your favorite satellite pinned on your avatar somewhere. Yeah, so this is a Japanese weather satellite, and it just stares at Japan all day, every day.
Sounds like a dream.
I mean, it stares at Japan from very far away, so it must not be a very fun job.
But it's got really good eyes, right?
I mean,
Yeah, right.
It has good enough eyes to monitor the weather, which is a very distinct mission from like any sort of optical reconnaissance mission.
Yeah.
Like,
can it see the cloud?
Yeah, you don't need anywhere near as much precision to see like weather patterns as you do for specific ground targets of any sort of reconnaissance operation. Actually, one fun piece of historical trivia: the like American military weather satellite program originated because you know what? I'll explain this later. Actually, no, I won't explain this later. I'll explain it now. So the American military weather satellite program, it originated because the American photo reconnaissance program, it used satellites with canisters of like physical film. You have a limited amount of film on the satellite. The satellite goes, takes its pictures, and then it loads the film into the canister and sends the canister down to Earth. So you don't want to be wasting film on taking pictures of clouds. Problem is that like you had to use film at that time because electro-optical cameras didn't get good enough resolution for the reconnaissance mission, and like for seeing anything useful. But electro-optical cameras were good enough to observe like clouds. You would send a camera orbiting like basically in front of the reconnaissance satellites. It goes, it looks for clouds. If you see clouds on the low resolution weather satellite image, then you tell your reconnaissance satellite to not waste your film where there are clouds when it makes its next orbit around. So actually, the military weather satellites were a very sensitive mission for that reason. I learned a lot of interesting fun facts about this stuff from a recent lecture series that I attended with a retired U.S. Air Force Space Operations officer. So I'm really glad to have learned all these facts.
It's also cool that the canisters that drop down to Earth, they actually used to catch them in the air while they're still parachuting.
Yes. Yes, you really don't want that saltwater damage, and so you're willing to do a really weird maneuver with an aircraft to get it. Yeah.
Yeah, they scoop it out of the air while it's on a parachute.
It's called Project Corona, by the way, for anyone wondering. Maybe that's how they got the coronavirus. The coronavirus came from space.
With them tish.
Came from
Okay. So that's the end of this part of the tour. I'm just gonna go push.
Confirmed.
What is it? Does anyone have questions? Yeah, any questions?
I have no question, but I have this section and the previous section has like a shader or something, and it's a little broken. It makes like this trail, like you know from Windows XP era.
Huh?
I don't see it.
Screensaver?
Yeah, like
the Hall of Mirrors
like
effect,
the old
where it just
screensaver?
replicates the last part of the G buffer. Yeah. Also seen like whenever you finish solitaire and the cards start dropping down.
I could upload a picture.
Please do.
Also,
okay.
Kimika.
I guess I'm going
Kimika.
to yeah, I see.
Break time.
Yeah, sure.
Also, I have a question from a. Oh, sorry.
20 minutes.
Yeah, I have a question from a viewer in my stream.
Yeah.
Do you have a section for the secret space breakaway operation that was in Antarctica?
Yeah, we do.
All right.
As you, I have access to it, as you can imagine.
Really? All right. That'll be interesting.
I mean, the
Sean Jack, you hear that? He has it. They have it.
Location in the museum, so you all could break in there too. But I have access to it.
Nice.
Okay, yeah. So let's just take a break for like, I guess 15, 20 minutes maybe. I need to go push some announcements before we go through the more technical part of this routine. But yeah.
And there's a third one tomorrow.
Let's reconvene in.
All right, guys. 15 to 20-minute break for everybody before they go into a more technical side. PCVR is holding up well, no problems to report. I'm feeling very good. That maximum maximum one tablet dose of ibuprofen is good. So yeah.
Thanks for
Take a 20-minute break. I'll leave the stream rolling. I guess just for fun.
To be a really tiring thing for people to watch, because I just make it drag on for so long. But yeah.
Because it started 20 minutes ago, right? I joined a bit late.
Well, it's actually the
4 hours ago, 2 hours ago.
It's what? No, it started 2.5 hours ago, and I haven't started I haven't started phase 1B yet.
Okay, then the calendar thing was wrong, I guess.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't use the calendar.
The calendar thing was just
I just did.
my estimate.
Womp, womp, womp.
The calendar thing
It's always
my
wrong.
estimate, but apparently 1A took longer than 2 hours.
Yeah, no, I mean like it started earlier than I expected it.
Why are we getting so many new members, but none of them are coming here?
Because it was yesterday's event. That's it. And then I guess I guess people only wanted Artemis.
Look, the member count has increased by like 30 between this morning and now.
Wait, what? I guess the
It's
publicity.
20 members now. Okay, okay, so let's all just go in the lobby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Respawn. Respawn.
This was an awesome exhibit. I hope you're all enjoying this. Okay, we're respawning. Meanwhile, outside. Here, I guess I'll show this off. It's all in Japanese. The Japanese space community in VR chat, known as a virtual space program, which I'm in, which I'm a group member of. They do stuff like this, and they are all about accuracy and adhere to Japanese copyright laws as well. Here's a look outside, and yeah.
Too much inconvenience to drag everyone back to somewhere else. It's fine. Yeah, it's just it is what it is. I guess
What's
I'm more
about
inclined
main
to...
photo now?
All right, I shall AFK now. Rehydrate.
Okay, yeah.
Also, here's a note. Sorry. Here's a note, Kimika. Despite my concerns about Windows 11 and my PC VR setup not getting along the past month, everything's working fine right now. Cross fingers.
Okay, great.
They all put their differences aside for this event. How about that?
That's good.
See you all in a bit.
Oh yeah, bye bye.
Yeah, see you all in a bit. Oh, you're going to sleep, or are you going to continue with us?
I think I will go maybe another place, or maybe I.
You want another?
Maybe
Do you think you can take another 2 hours? Let's put it that way.
I don't know.
Yeah, about
At
that.
least I want to rest from VR. You know?
Yeah, I get you. I mean, you can come back on desktop at least, if anything.
And thing is, today in half hour will be Easter for Russia.
We just had Easter last week.
You know.
Okay. So it's okay.
It's for you. Yeah,
Mm.
we have another calendar.
What the hell?
Oh wow.
I'm guessing.
It's just those two sections though, and it's kind of cool.
So yeah, I need to.
I get you. All right.
Anyway.
Well, happy Orthodox Easter.
I have never seen
Yay.
I go by Roman Easter, I guess.
I'm going to save an image of this so I can
And hello to your viewers.
Yeah, it's just those two sections.
What GPU do you have? Might be
AMD.
interesting.
I have
I'm on a 5070. I'm on an RTX 5070 Ti. I didn't notice any issues. So.
Are you in VR?
Yes, I'm in PCVR. Yes.
Last port of room 3, apparently.
You don't see this?
Holy! I did not see that. No, it's got to be an AMD thing. That's all I can think of. It's got to be a Radeon thing, because I'm on an NVIDIA RTX.
System are you on?
Oh, I'm Windows 10.
Okay, wait.
Windows? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on Windows 11. My CPU is a Ryzen 7 9800 X3D. No issues for me.
Person on AMD GPU finds very bizarre graphics anomaly in GPS and
AFK break now. Let's hope PCVR continues.
Sections of
Continues with no issue.
sections of Cosmoria room 3. Wait, so
Worst case, I'll just restart Steam.
GPU, what's your CPU and operating system?
It's on my profile.
Oh, okay.
On the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a question about that.
And it's a Windows 10 Pro.
Okay.
Windows 10.
I'm pretty good on the space shit. What's the question?
Oh, the projector that is in the first exhibition room. Is that the one from the Osaka Space Museum? Or like the Science Museum in Osaka?
The one in there?
Yeah, because I saw a picture and it looked the exhibit. I was wondering if that's from the Osaka one, because I might have seen that one.
It might be, yeah.
this right.
Okay,
I'm gonna
I've
do
made a
this
note
right.
about this.
I'm gonna edit it. I'm gonna edit it and do it right. Need to H2. I hope I have enough space for all of it. 6, 4, 6, 6. And then my GPU is on drivers. I am on 26.3. Point 3.1. Here you go. So that's CPU, GPU, the driver version of the AMD GPU, and the Windows and the Windows build.
Okay, great. I will just put that into the panel for these things now.
I'm not gonna lie, that pendulum clock thing, gyroscopic precession thing, it kind of loses its magic in VR.
Yeah, I suppose it does. Done. Open.
It does work though. It does work.
No, it works. No, it's working exactly how it should. I'm just saying it loses its magic a little bit.
It starts at nothing though for you, right? You still at just one of them? Fallen?
I mean, they always start at nothing.
But in real life, you wouldn't start at nothing though. You would already have some of them fallen.
No, it would
right?
obviously start at nothing. It would start at nothing for whoever set it up.
Okay, yeah, for whoever set it up. But if you come
That's what I'm
into
saying.
a
Like
museum,
it kind of
probably already has
it
some of them
loses
fallen.
its magic in VR. It's like in real life. I've been to enough science museums to have these, and it's always the case of like pay attention where it was, like what angle it was pointing at when you start the tour, and then by the time you finish the tour, it's like, look, it knocked down like 2 or 3 more like things, and like
No,
they'll keep doing it
the
throughout the
magic is.
day
I think
as the Earth
it's still there.
rotates, you get gyroscopic precession out of it.
No, the magic is still there. You just haven't been here long enough because it starts for you at 0, and since the time I've been here,
you're misunderstanding me. I mean, like I've seen like 30 or 40 of these in my life, like IRL.
Yeah, okay, and
it's way more magical seeing it IRL and like going through a museum.
Yeah, but I
like
can mean
physical...
everything is kind of more better.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But like this in particular,
I wouldn't say it loses its magic, but it is obviously everything is better in real life. Oh, I just pushed one over for me. Let's go.
Oh, nice. Does it push one over every minute, or what is it? Every 5 minutes?
Yeah, probably about 5 minutes.
Okay, so the pendulum should rotate, I think, 8.6 something degrees per hour, if I'm remembering from the translation.
I'm back from my hydration break.
That's correct. 8.6 degrees per hour. If it's calibrated to Earth.
What?
8.6
If it's
degrees per
calibrated to
hour.
Earth, it's
So
like
that is
8.6 degrees per hour.
360 divided by 24?
It's calibrated to being somewhere in Tokyo. So,
Look at the latitude might change it.
yes, the latitude would change it. Okay, if I just open this because I have the power.
Presumably, PCV are still working fine.
8.76 degrees per hour.
You have the power. Dios go hey yeah 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 yeah.
So where was that secret password posted in a very not hidden place?
It's in the port of the museum that we won't be going to today. It's the port for tomorrow.
Okay. Which part will we be going next?
We will go back through the rooms 1 through 3 again, and I will say a bunch of even more technical and deranged things.
Nani desu ka?
I love deranged things.
Or as I call it, the autism tour.
Yes.
Shouldn't the autism tour go to section 7?
No, 1, 2, 3.
Mm.
You said this.
But that's astrophysics, you know. Extratism.
No, that's advanced autism.
Everyone's got their
Supertism.
own topics.
Supertism.
Like, I can teach you about astrophysics, but that's advanced autism.
Yeah.
I'm an orbital rocketry specialist. I don't really do the astrophysics stuff as much.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
See, like I don't do it, but like I prefer learning about the engineering and understanding how it works.
Yeah.
The astrophysics is like, yeah. So what if plants can talk to you?
Yeah. Well. Okay. So while we wait, please try to drag more of your friends into here.
I will be back.
Okay.
I see.
It
All right.
always makes okay.
Honestly, well, which of my friends are not degenerates?
No, I mean,
I might actually enjoy this.
it always makes me a little bit
Oh
sad
wait, I
when
have friends that would enjoy this. I'm gonna see if they're online.
It always makes me a little bit sad when like I run this tour in particular and few people show up because like this is probably the highest effort tour routine that I do. There's like
Hopefully you do these.
Trust me, I get that.
It's like of this particular museum, like maybe 5 times a year.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wish I got here earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always hesitant to schedule things like this because like these things in particular are just so time consuming. Like I can easily run a 2-hour tour, like a watch party for something, and that's fine. But if I'm going to be doing this for like 4 or 5 hours,
By the way, did you see the photos and videos that I sent you?
oh, oh yes, I saw. Very cool. Very cool. Okay,
Oh, I'm waiting. I'll be right back.
Okay, I sent the report to the BSP Discord server about this graphics glitch. So
yeah.
I don't know if they'll be able to figure out what this is, but
I mean, it's not that bad, honestly.
Oh well.
It was still like, I mean, some people might get sick with it, I suppose, probably.
Wait a minute. Oh. Very strange. Very strange.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nostalgic. In some sense, it's kind of nostalgic because I remember.
I remember that.
the,
Yeah, I
what's
get
it
you.
called? The solitaire and and the glitch that happens sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's what you meant by solitaire.
I haven't seen that in years. Like, I haven't seen that in so long. Probably like a decade at this point.
Well.
Oh, my leg fell asleep.
Well, wake up, leg.
Chaos, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what is it?
That's not
when you
where
say
it is.
language here, it doesn't apply for the whole museum, does it?
I mean, it applies for everything. It applies for everything that has a translation. The special exhibition room doesn't have a translation at the moment.
Okay. You know, when I finally put it here, like I went to special exhibition with Stabby. Where the fuck she went?
But like all the main exhibition rooms have like full translations, which yes.
Bruh.
Yeah,
you can work on that.
if you want to make a German translation, I know somebody else who said they would be interested in making a German translation too, so I can shove you two together and you can make it.
I mean, I can do one in Spanish for you guys if you want.
That would be
That would be actually huge. There's multiple Spanish communities on this platform.
I know somebody who is slowly working on a Spanish translation, but yeah, if you want to help with that, that would be great. I hope it won't cause too many problems that there are some intentional discrepancies between the English and Japanese translations, and for obvious.
There would be a jump from Japanese to English and then to Spanish, so there might be a little bit, but I think we've talked enough that you can trust me that I know about this shit. Because I fucking love.
I have a question.
This shit.
Good to know. I ain't giving you access to the master translation spreadsheet though.
No, like, don't give me access to anything. Just send me what you want translated, and I'll translate it, and I'll send it back to you.
Okay.
The special exhibition room, is that a temporary thing?
I mean, it changes every once in a while. So there used to be something in there about the museum got developed. It was like a 2-year-long development effort. So
I did a quick tour, and 2 years seems like almost rushed.
I wish I could have been there for that phase of the development, but unfortunately I was not. If I was there for that phase, I could have been on that board out there.
Tell you what, before we get deeper into the tour, we're all here for the same reasons, but here, you don't have to accept these if you don't want, but here you go.
Okay, well, I guess nobody else is going to come here, so,
sad.
I mean, I guess part of it might just be part of it is a problem of nobody's online. Part of it is a problem of they've all seen it before. Yeah, well, I guess the next time I do this, I will
add it for... Part of it is also that people only show up to things like this if it is like the peak thing in their life right now, and then they move on to the next thing.
Yeah, like the Artemis thing. We filled the whole instance.
Yes.
the next time I do something like this, I guess I am just going to target it for U.S. time zones only.
Maybe everyone's just sick of space now. I don't know. Which
Unless
is
the Japanese
outrageous,
people ask
but
me
who
for
knows?
more. Which
I would say if we target it for US time zones, like sell it for US time zones.
Yeah, I mean, I really could not market this effectively because I didn't want this to drown out the messaging about Friday's more important events. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Fridays. Yeah, weekend has a lot of things going on always.
Yeah, I am happy that a lot of Japanese people showed up to
Welcome back.
today's event too. So
Anyway, here, I sent everyone else this, but you don't have to accept this if you don't want. Here.
Yesterday was great.
Of course.
Yesterday was packed, yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I guess we're gonna go in now. Everyone follow me. No teleporting.
Oh.
Yeah, no teleporting. Kimiko wants us to walk.
I hope that this will wait. No. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
I want $200.
Oh no.
No.
Your icon looks familiar now, if you haven't noticed. Yes. This tour is not an official event of Virtual Space Program or the group of VSP members that has that develops this world, but I was VSP's head event organizer at VCAT 2025 Winter, and this avatar is not just for show.
Nice.
VSP VCAT Chan, or I mean, at least I was the head event organizer for the English events. I also had some coordinator responsibilities for the Japanese events, but I was less involved with those. But yes.
Yeah, nice quote there.
I take very
Forgot to reply to it, but I definitely read that.
Like the, Japanese VR space community does a lot of awesome stuff that I don't.
I'll read this out loud. We now have the technology to take ET home. No, it won't take someone's lifetime to do it. There's error in the equations. We know what it is. We now have the capability to travel to the stars. Nice.
That's like, I think their creations are worth sharing more with English speakers. So, yes. Hello there. Hello.
By the way, thank you for doing that.
Yay. Okay, let's go in.
Because
Yeah. What is it?
I was gonna say, Pika 2025 winter event. Like, I was the head person for the music event.
For
Fika music?
Yes, Pika winter festival.
Well,
Nice. I DJ'd for Fika music on their very first event.
Ooh.
Too many music events.
2025? I knew you before that. I see
no,
what I bet.
before
2024. 2024.
No, it might be even before that. Like it's been a very long time. This was during the Corona days.
Oh yeah, no, that's way before me.
2020. Yeah, I was DJing on their very first. Well, I also DJ'd on a later one, but I also I DJ'd on the very first one.
1B, we might be going through these rooms a second time, and the rest might be actually saved for tomorrow. So I guess this is filler now for more of the people who came in later.
I think I'm going to skip room 1 and go straight to room 2.
Oh.
Yeah, evolution is a myth, right?
I'm down with that.
My ability to yap is basically endless in rooms 2 and 3. So
okay, KF.
Yeah.
Real quick, before we visit rooms 2 and 3, you're talking about your ability to yap. I'm also a connoisseur of yapping about my autistic special interests. Do you mind if we have a riff raff between each other and people can learn about what we talk about?
I'll know it when I see it. I tend to dislike unscheduled changes of plans of that nature in events that I'm hosting.
That's why I'm asking.
Don't take that the wrong way. I'm very particular about certain details of how I host events.
I get it.
Because
I get it.
I've had bad experiences with certain events devolving into total chaos before, and I tend to be paranoid about that reproducing itself. So it's like, if you have any fun facts...
That's why I'm asking beforehand.
If you have any fun facts to share, share them when I call for questions. But yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead.
Round 2. Back to this.
Okay then. So this is the business end of the first stage of the Saturn V rockets, and you will notice some peculiar details in the modeling that are sort of interesting.
Rocketdyne F1, right?
Yup. These engines are huge. These are, I think the total thrust is like 7,000 metric tons or so. You'll notice
At this point, I'm just continuing the recording just in case anything happens. Because Kimiko will be watching this back. He really wanted me to record this, so here I am. Despite everything going on.
Pressure waves that create a positive feedback loop of like
With physical issues and
unusually energetic combustion.
OS versus PCVR issues.
Faster at higher pressure. And so if you have these pressure waves, they cause more pressure waves because they make the combustion go faster, which creates more pressure waves.
It's sort of like a resonance, right?
Yeah, basically. And then you can get oscillations anywhere between like, I don't know, fairly low frequencies and like thousands of cycles per second. So it can
I will hold
destroy
everything till the question time.
Yeah, it can
It's fucking, I see his movements. There's so much he wants to say.
It'll destroy your engine if you don't control it. So yeah, that's what those baffles are for, and they're actually modeled here. Then you'll see that there are a bunch of tubes here. These tubes are for like cooling the engine because you're actually pumping fuel.
It's the fuel lines.
You pump fuel through these channels, and then they go into the propellant injector. And then yes, that.
Yeah, these people are a lot more animated than the 1A group.
Which doesn't have the tubes. There is like a manifold on the outside which dumps exhaust from the gas generator into here.
Yep, it's
and
right
that
here.
forms a thin film of gas.
Yeah, and that's like incomplete or imperfect burn, so it's cooler than the main burn, right?
No. That's this right here is the exhaust from the turbo pumps.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like there's a burner which spins a turbine which spins the propellant pumps. And then the outlet gas from there gets routed into this manifold.
Right here?
Yeah.
And then it gets dumped onto the inside of the
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And then finishes the cooling so the whole thing doesn't melt apart.
Yeah. Because while it's still burning, it's not burning as hot as the actual main thrust.
No, like that's why when you see Apollo footage.
Yeah, you see like the black
there's
sides
like a bunch of black, and then you see the fire.
Well, Kimiko, I think these two just made your job a lot easier.
That heat distribution.
Yeah.
Distribution. So yes, these people that make these things, their attention to detail is rather immense. There are like.
I wonder how long it will take until we get the Artemis capsule in here.
I don't. I know that Space Guy 5 is working on a model for that stuff, so hopefully not too long. Yes. So this is the Apollo Command and Service module. You will notice that it is extremely tall. It is less. It is much less tall on missions coming back from low Earth orbit because if like low Earth orbit you're re-entering at about 8,000 meters per second. Here you're re-entering at like
for the Americans 17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, Mach 32 for
Mach 32.
Technically, Mach numbers don't work in outer space.
Technically,
yeah. Well, if you enter the atmosphere, it would be.
But yeah, so these are way more torn when they're coming in from the moon because that's like 60 or 70% more kinetic energy, and that is a lot of energy to be dissipating. Yes.
Especially since energy is the square of velocity.
Yes. The kinetic energy increases proportional to velocity squared, so a like 30% increase in velocity means much more than
anything involving velocity is always the square.
Yup. Okay.
No, that's what I was saying. Like, I'm sorry, like if I'm being like know-it-all or whatnot, but like I love this shit. I've actually like studied this shit.
I don't doubt that.
Pendulum fallacy.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't think I need.
I need fire arrows.
It was, yeah, it was just a military curiosity. So Goddard's rockets. Oh, what was I just saying?
Goddard?
Yes, please hold. Wait, no. Okay, so it's So this is a very strangely designed rocket. Like, the propellant tanks are at the bottom. You have your gasoline and your liquid oxygen. Your combustion chamber and rocket engine up there. There's a blast deflector here. And the idea was that the rocket motor would pull everything along, and so it would be stable. It turns out that that isn't really how it works, which is why all of those rockets look a bit more normal. But at least this was able to successfully demonstrate that you can make a thing propelled using two liquid propellants that are mixed in a combustion chamber. And so that's the foundation of this technology. And Goddard used gasoline because that was what was available to him. He was just like a university professor who did this stuff. Whereas Von Braun here...
And this also like the rocket pendulum fallacy.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
that's what I was trying to say.
yes, the rocket fallacy.
Okay. So this here, the V2, used 75% ethanol, 25% water as fuel. Now, I'm pretty sure Von Braun wanted, like, diesel as fuel for this rocket. But unfortunately, diesel was in rather high demand with various other elements of the German military who wanted diesel to run all manners of tanks and other vehicles. Same goes for, like, aviation fuel and whatnot. So, yeah, that was, like, basically, alcohol was what he was stuck with. At least alcohol meant the flame temperatures were low enough to simplify the development of the rocket engines a bit more. It came at the cost of performance, but simplified development, I guess. Because if you have super high performance rocket engines, you tend to need pretty complicated cooling solutions in order to
like
make
those.
in order to make the engine not melt. Because the combustion temperature in a lot of high-performance rocket engines is literally high enough to boil iron. So, yes, that's what was going on with the engines here.
And then also the alcohol was mysteriously vanishing from their reserve.
It actually was. It actually was.
Yeah, I know.
Gee, I wonder why.
Like, oh, we need to... And then at one point they're like, okay, you know what, we just add something poisonous to it so it doesn't happen, and then a bunch of people died.
I was going to get to that, but please understand that I hate it when other people try to become the tour guides on my tours.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, so, ethanol. There were similar funny stories from the Soviet Air Force, where a bunch of aircraft, like the Tupolev 22 and MiG-25, used, like, alcohol for coolants for stuff. And the Soviet Air Force pilots would literally just drain that stuff and store it in their bathtubs just to resell for profit. Because, that was, they... Apparently that was one of the few ways of moving up in life. They just had to swipe alcohol and hope nobody would notice and blame it on evaporating quickly or something. Another interesting thing with the V2 was that it used a third propellant, hydrogen peroxide, to spin the propellant pumps. You have a reservoir of that. It's passed over a catalyst of hydrogen potassium permanganate, and that causes the hydrogen peroxide to rapidly decompose to oxygen and like hot steam. And so that gets used to spin a turbine, which spins the propellant pumps. Which, it's simple. You have a separate propellant. You don't have complex dependencies of like multiple propellant things being routed into more other things, and so on and so forth. It's a very simple design, and it works. It does sometimes cause stupid things to happen because hydrogen peroxide just does not want to exist, and all sorts of things will catalyze its decomposition. So, sometimes you will get horrible accidents when the hydrogen peroxide decomposes. That happened on a Soyuz rocket, which, yes, more on that later. But this is that is a technology which was later carried on with the OR-7 rocket and also Redstone. They used a similar systems. And one other thing, the V2 had like graphite veins in the exhaust stream which were used for thrust vectoring. Yes. So most later rockets would rotate their nozzles in order to provide steering. But this one, it just had like veins in the like exhaust stream, which it would use to provide that sort of control. Similar thrust vectoring vanes are used on things like the AIM-9X anti-aircraft missile now. So
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Was there anything you wanted to say?
I feel like it would be going further forward, so I'm not gonna say it.
Okay. Okay. So here is the OR-7, which it was the first successful orbital rocket, but it was also a jury rig of stuff that they somehow made to work. It's like, look at the bottom. There are 20 nozzles, plus a bunch of smaller nozzles that provide attitude control. The engine nozzles don't rotate. There are separate thrusters for like providing steering control, and so there's that. As I understand it, the reason why there are so many small nozzles mostly owes itself to the fact that the Soviet metallurgy at the time could not manage to build a larger rocket engine combustion chamber. And let's see, what else? So all of these elements, there were like there were these 4 liquid rocket boosters on the side, and then a core stage. All of these ignite on the ground. The side boosters come off.
Since 1B is going to be a rerun of 1A just with some different people.
And that, like,
and also some of the ones who continue on. I was going to be more relaxed a bit.
to ignite a rocket engine in space.
And just record for the hell of it.
And then so they did that, and then they later decided that they would build more rockets by stacking stages on top of this here thing. So this rocket, it ran on kerosene and oxygen as its main propellants. So finally, a premium rocket fuel, and not the alcohol garbage that von Braun was stuck with.
Yeah.
But yeah, it also used hydrogen peroxide, the same sort of monopropellant system for driving the propellant pumps. Although I believe they used a silver-based catalyst for activating the decomposition.
Platinum.
Oh, platinum. Okay. Okay. Yes. Great. Then what else?
If I can.
So yeah, go on. What is it?
If I can add, like, I'm sorry if I'm overtaking your thing, but the biggest thing that the R7 things brought was like the Korolev spiral
Cross. Yeah,
like,
the Korolev cross.
Oh yeah, I should have mentioned that when I mentioned the booster separation. When these side boosters separate, they separated a really visually appealing cross pattern. So it's quite fun.
Korolev cross.
And also, like, the R7 is still the basis for what everything the Russians launch nowadays is.
Yep. The R7 will literally never die. It's like
it's the B-52 of rockets.
Yeah. The Russians really want to replace it, but I don't think they'll ever come up with the money for it.
No, they will never.
They will never. Yeah. So there's that. There's Sputnik 1 above me, which is basically just a radio transmitter in space, and that was the first artificial satellite carried on one of these things. You'll notice that it's
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
It was a rather tiny thing for rather comically tiny payload for this giant rocket. The whole rocket weighed, I think, 280 tons. Yes.
Yep.
These are some smaller and more manageably sized rockets, which were developed by Werner von Braun after von Braun surrendered to the United States at the end of World War II, and he got put to work in the U.S. Army's ballistic missile agency. So he developed the Redstone missile, which is very, very similar to the V2. It uses the same sort of hydrogen peroxide powered propellant pump system, and then ethanol and oxygen for its main propellants. This one was capable of carrying nuclear weapons, although its range was short enough that it had to be forward deployed into like Europe and similar if it was to be used against any meaningful target of the time. But yes, and then Redstone was later adapted into Juno 1, which used Hydine as a fuel. It's like a denser propellants for slightly improved performance, but it is otherwise functionally fairly similar. And then Juno 1, what it did, it takes the redstone as its first stage, and then it has 3 stages of solid rocket motors, which are clustered from the Sergeant missile, some other pre-existing thing that the Army had developed. And so they don't have any active guidance. They would just be passively spinning. There's a thing on the top of the rocket that actually spins those stages up, and then it releases those in the desired direction. And when they hit apogee, they just successively burn and transfer to a circular or like somewhat like it transfer into an orbit that won't go back into the ground immediately. And so the Explorer 1, the first American satellite, which is that one above me, the thing on the back of it is just the solid rocket motor that constitutes the last stage of the system. And there are 2 other clusters, one with 3 rocket motors and one with 3 of these rocket motors and one with 11, which were used to get the required velocity change to go into orbit. Yes, your question?
Not a question, but an answer. In America, we called it Exploder 1. Because a bunch of those blew up.
Well, yeah, there's also Stay Putnik.
Ooh, savage.
You've been playing Kerbal Space Program a little bit.
Damn.
Yeah, so I mean,
Stay put, Nick. Yeah.
This rocket by Von Braun works pretty well, but before this, there was another rocket called Vanguard, which the U.S. government gave priority
yeah, let's not even get started on Vanguard.
Yeah, Vanguard, another rocket, which it was, if that works, it would have launched the first artificial satellite before Sputnik, but it didn't work. It didn't work at all. It was and so eventually the U.S. government lost patience and went to Von Braun, and Von Braun made this thingy.
If I can, and like I'm trying to take over.
What is it?
I'm sorry. No, Vanguard did take John Glenn to space.
What?
It was suborbital.
Well, Vanguard works. Vanguard worked eventually, but it worked too late to get the first artificial
Yes,
satellite.
and that's when NASA was invented. Because it was NACA beforehand.
Yeah, and like Vanguard wasn't even a civilian project. It was a project managed by the Navy's like missile agency, I think.
Yes.
So, and then this was managed by the Army's missile agency, like the whole Redstone stuff. And eventually the like Von Braun's group and the whole Army missile agency got moved into NASA when that was formed. Okay. Here be the Vostok rocket, which carried the first astronaut into space, or cosmonaut, as the Soviets and Russians called them. And so it was basically just another rocket stage stacked on top of the R7, which was used to get more payload capacity. And like yes, this is an interesting trend in the Soviet and Russian space programs. They just stack more stuff on this particular thing. And they've made like they've flown like 2,000 of these in various incarnations by this point. But yes. So Vostok 1 is the ball with the conical service module thing above me. That has like the service module has some like thrusters for attitude control and maneuvering, decent, etc. And then the ball is the re-entry capsule. So then the cosmonaut comes in on that ball. The ball should protect them from re-entry heating and whatnot. And since the ball does not have any like soft landing thrusters, later spacecraft that land on the ground, like Soyuz, have small rocket motors that fire immediately before landing to slow them down, so it doesn't just hit the ground at like whatever speed when the main parachute is open. And so what they would do, the cosmonaut ejects on an ejection seat after and then parachutes down under their own parachutes, and then they get recovered separately from the spacecraft. That is how that was supposed to work. And then that system was also evolved into Voskhod, which was a more capable platform with like an airlock for extravehicular activity. Again, it launched on a rocket fairly similar to this, which was just an OR-7 with an extra upper stage. Okay. And this system, this could go all the way to a complete orbital trajectory, whereas the first American rocket to send an astronaut to space, the Mercury Redstone here, which yes, it is just a derivative of this thing, slightly enhanced with more and with a crew capsule on the top. This thing can only do suborbital trajectories, just like how it's a ballistic missile with limited range. And so Alan Shepard flew on this thing on the first flight, although that was after
fucking balls.
That was after Yuri Gagarin's first flight, which went all the way to orbit on this here thingy. And again, this here thing.
The fucking balls of those men.
Yeah, they were doing this at a time. They were doing this at a time when this technology was not at all mature, and they were just figuring it all out. Now the technology's relatively solved problems. So like, yeah.
A lot of people died.
Many people died from.
Well, we don't know how many Russians died. They didn't publish.
Officially, the number of Russians who died isn't that big, but like it is very much possible that the Soviets covered up some embarrassing things that we still don't know about. It's possible. I wouldn't put it past them.
I mean, the space race killed a lot of people on all sides, I think.
Yeah. I mean, there were also like people who died in like other research and development endeavors, not just flight, because like. Actually, I'll explain this when we get to Gemini, but like, there's a lot of just toxic stuff.
I know where you're going.
Pure oxygen works great, right?
Yeah, ask the Apollo 1. Ask Apollo 1 about that. Yeah, that's where I was going. I was going for hydrazine.
We'll get there.
Okay, settle down. So, launch escape system, you have like a solid rocket motor on the top. It pulls the capsule off in the event that the rocket doesn't work and it is about to explode. And hopefully that will save your astronaut, because astronauts dying is not good for morale. It is not good for morale. I mean, it's also expensive to train your astronauts, but the astronauts dying is not good for morale.
Not to mention paying off all those assemblies.
Small intervening.
Okay, go on.
The injection system is like that'll save your ass, let alone your astronaut.
God damn it! God damn it! God damn it!
It will save your nut as well. Astro.
Actually, on Vostok, the ejection seat was also the launch escape system. So, but yeah, this one here has a dedicated thing to pull the whole capsule off, and this small vehicle here is a system for testing that without expending.
My streamer camera is missing now.
Okay, so Mercury Redstone, that'll get your Mercury spacecraft into a suborbital trajectory. It won't go all the way around the Earth though. If you want to go all the way around the Earth, you need to
reset. Okay.
And Atlas is another ballistic missile that later had a very, very illustrious career as a space launch vehicle. So the funny things with Atlas, there are a few. So Atlas was also like the O7. Atlas was also designed to avoid the problem of igniting engines like in flight. So all three of these engines on the bottom, they ignite on the ground. But the two outer engines, they produce higher thrust, but they're less efficient. And the central engine provides lower thrust, but it's more efficient. So what they do, they light all of these engines, and then once you get high enough and fast enough and burned enough propellant that you don't need the thrust from the outer engines anymore, you dump this whole structure at the bottom, which drops the outer engines and sheds a bunch of mass. And
I just learned something.
There's more. Okay. And then mass is
way
not
more.
your friend. NASA is
No,
not your
it's not
friend when
related
you
to
are
that.
going to
It's
space.
something else that I just learned
Because
about.
NASA
The
is not
rocket
your friend.
equation is a bitch.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you have, you need as little mass as possible in order to go as far as possible. The more to throw razor thin on these things. So, the other fun piece of engineering here is that this propellant tank, this whole propellant tank, there's no support structure inside it at all. It's entirely stabilized by just the pressure of the
Pressure,
gases
yeah.
inside. So that's called the balloon tank, and that allows you to save a lot of mass. So this is the closest thing to a single-stage to orbit vehicle that has ever been built by any reasonable interpretation. And so it was developed as
I never
a
thought of
long-range
it that
ballistic
way.
missile.
Just
Yeah.
a little news flash that I just learned about. Currently, Kerbal Space Program has broken its user count since launch. There's more people playing Kerbal Space Program right now than ever.
Not an appropriate time to be sharing that trivia, but good to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess everyone wants to make their own Artemis now.
Yeah. They go like, hey, I can do that.
Okay.
No, you can't.
Okay, where was I? Yeah, so this was
You were
developed
talking
as
about it being held up by pressure.
Okay, so this was developed as an intercontinental ballistic missile, and it was actually rather impractical as an ICBM because it uses liquid oxygen. You can't use liquid oxygen. Like, if you're using liquid oxygen, then you need to load your rocket immediately before you launch it. That takes like at least it takes a non-trivial amount of processing time that you don't want to have to deal with in
3
your
hours.
missile logistics. And so like you want. And so, like, this is also a reason. This was also an issue with using the R7 as a ballistic missile, and like.
That's where that one comes from.
Yeah, and like the American intelligence knew that it wasn't. The R7 wasn't really a viable ballistic missile threat, but there was much panic about a missile gap after the Sputnik launch, anyways. So, yeah, Atlas came in around that part of the equation. And as far as the balloon tanks go. There are Atlas rockets on display in museums now, and if they still need to be pressurized with an air compressor. If the air compressor stops working, it just collapses. And so it's like if they try to reinflate it, then you're gonna see like just crumple marks from where it collapsed. These are difficult things to take care of.
It would make a cool display, though.
If I can intervene for a second, I'm from Puerto Rico, and like we have a theme park with like a bunch of these rockets, and the fucking Atlas collapsed one day randomly.
Well.
Almost killed people.
That sounds like an experience. Yeah. Museum curators need to monitor their Atlas rockets carefully.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Lay them down.
Oh yeah, one other thing I was going to say. It's rocket kerosene. So the Saturn V and like this thing and like all the other rockets here that run on kerosene. Like high performance rocket engines tend to need special kerosene specifications. You can't just use jet fuel kerosene as a propellant because what happens is that jet fuel specifications permit relatively high amounts of alkenes, and in the conditions of like the propellant injectors or the cooling channels where you're just running kerosene through them to provide cooling, the alkenes will polymerize and clog everything, and your engine will stop working. So, like, you need a separate kerosene specification which permits much less alkene content. And the US military really wanted to not have a separate kerosene specification, just use something from the endless supply of jet fuel that it had, but it doesn't work that way. So, yeah, Atlas and...
Parallax is a bitch.
Yeah. I mean, and rocketry is generally hard. I mean, kerosene is more manageable than most other rocket propellants, but rocketry is hard. Yeah, so that's a thing that you need to keep in mind when you're making your own rocket. You need to have your own source of fuel. You can't just go to the local airport and get some jet fuel.
I mean, you can just like build the turbo pumps so they can handle that.
Or just
So it won't be efficient.
No, or better. The better solution is just to hydrogenate your own fuel. But
you're not wrong.
I'm a chemistry student. I like hydrogenation. it's
Again, I have degrees in chemistry, physics, and biology. Like, trust me, I know how to do it.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, chemists all do it for a great reaction.
Okay. So.
Unlike my jokes.
I think that's what I wanted to say about Atlas. Okay. Here's Titan. So all of those came from ballistic missiles. Can you guess where this came from?
Ballistic missile.
Not you, damn it.
Totally, it's how about not a ballistic missile?
I don't know if you want to.
All of them had. In the beginning, all of them were designed for that purpose.
Except the Japanese.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was also a ballistic missile, and this uses a different propellant combination. It doesn't use liquid oxygen. It uses what is it? Its fuel is a 1-to-1 mixture of hydrazine and 1,1 dimethyl.
Hydrazine and yeah.
And its oxidizer is dinitrogen tetroxide. So those are both liquid at room. Those are both liquid at room temperature. So you just store these in your silo, and you just control the temperature in the silo, and your propellants don't freeze. You can just load your propellants into the rocket, and you don't really have to think about them that often. Whereas with like Atlas, you have liquid oxygen that's constantly boiling off. You sort of have to think about it all the time if you're trying to launch it. So those propellants also have the advantage that they will immediately ignite on contact, which makes your engine design easier because you don't have to deal with building a separate ignition system for them. And it turns out that igniting a rocket engine is a rather non-trivial task. So yes, these things here. This is called the LR87, or there were a few different variants. They ran on different propellant combinations. So Titan 1 used kerosene and oxygen. Titan 2 used those propellants, and Titan 3 used Titan 3 and 4 also used.
Actually, if we're gonna be here for a while, I'm just gonna show this cool looping video in the back. Because this is the second run of it. This stream, strangely enough, for other people who weren't here at the start. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do this just do my POV because the camera is not picking up the video back there. So I'll at least give you a full loop of that video back there.
Significant operational advantages over like these other ballistic missiles that use liquid hydrogen, and so this actually survived for a decent amount of time in use.
How the game looks through my POV, and it is beautiful.
It turned out to be decent for space launch purposes. Like Atlas and R7 turned out to be great for space launch purposes, but were largely impractical as ballistic missiles. These stayed around for quite a while as ballistic missiles before they were phased out and replaced by Minuteman. Yes, what's your comments?
Nope, you answered. You said exactly what I was gonna say.
Okay, great. I hope that you don't think too badly of my competence, but on top of this,
I love your competence.
On top of this here rocket, there's the Gemini
Mercury.
vehicle. What?
Oh, Gemini, yeah.
Yeah, that is.
No, Mercury will be on this one.
Yes.
Yeah, Mercury's on this one. Gemini's on that one.
Yes, and Gemini is the. Gemini had 2 seats. Mercury only had 1 seat, so you could have twice as many sacks of flesh in there. And Gemini also had ejection seats for the launch escape system, which could have been pretty bad because it's like
that would have sucked.
One of the problems with like the propellants used in the Titan 2 that they are horribly toxic. If you inhale them, you die. So it's like there are many questions to be had about the wisdom of injecting out of your spacecraft into a cloud of toxic hydrazine and stuff. If yes, also, if your rocket like ruptures, those things would ignite on contact. Very bad. What else? So yeah, Gemini. Unfortunately, there was
Thank you for the follow, whoever just followed.
to be used, although there was an incident where they came very close to doing that, and apparently the astronauts who was supposed to activate the ejection seat just realized, nope, this isn't actually an issue. I'm not going to eject. They probably would have died if they ejected because they were on the ground.
Again, I'm just showing it through like my POV right now instead of the stream camera because I really want to show this video. This video was not picking up on the streamer camera.
Yeah, if they ejected, they probably would have died because like you eject out sideways, you probably hit the ground before your parachute's open.
True.
Mercury 6?
Though, probably dying beats certainly dying.
Exactly.
Yeah, about that.
Depends on what your life goals are, though.
Well, if you don't have any,
If you're an
then,
astronaut, like you beat life goal.
Gemini did a few interesting missions. It was mainly used to demonstrate techniques for extravehicular activity and like docking operations with other spacecraft. So, like they would launch a docking target on an Atlas Agena, which is like something like this, but with an extra upper stage, and that upper stage had a docking target attached to it. And then they would launch this a bit after, and these would meet up and dock in space and do operations together. And then Gemini also had systems for allowing astronauts to go outside the spacecraft, and so that was the first American spacecraft to demonstrate those things. The Soviet Voskhod spacecraft demonstrated that on their end.
Usual.
Any thoughts?
It says the first.
I want to add.
The first spacewalk on Gemini.
Yes. No. The first spacewalk was still Russian.
Hayabusa is is Japan, by the way.
Spacewalk was in one of these, and the Russians barely made it back in because they didn't account for how much their suits were gonna like bulge up.
So they become very rigid.
There you go.
So like, this is on video. Like you can find this video.
A full loop with that video, so yeah. We're back, and here we go. Back to this. All right, let me check who followed.
Yeah, things happen. So that's Gemini. Not to be confused with Google Gemini. This one's better.
Yeah, welcome to stream. How you doing?
Way earlier.
N1.
Yeah. Okay. You don't get to answer this, but somebody else please answer. How many engines are on the bottom of this rocket? No cheating.
Yeah, hopefully you're doing well.
I don't want to answer.
How many engines are on the bottom of this rocket?
Was it 31 or something?
Close.
Ooh, close.
Or 32?
I'm just filming on behalf of the tour presentator here.
Huh? 34.
Less than that. Less.
Oh,
30.
33.
33.
30. 30.
33 is Starship. This is 30.
30.
But
Alright.
yeah, there are 30 engines on the bottom of this thing. And like, there were a few problems which came with that. So for one,
Yeah, I
the
imagine.
Soviets were using this interesting technology called oxidizer-rich staged combustion, which I'll next one.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you're doing all right.
Oxidizers, rich stage combustion tends to being engine-rich stage combustion.
Yeah.
Engine rich. Okay, come here. So this is an example of an oxidizer-rich stage combustion engine, and it's so it runs on kerosene and liquid oxygen, and the way it works, you have a preburner which consumes kerosene and oxygen, and then it produces hot gas which is used to spin a turbine which runs the propellant pumps instead of using like its own separate source of like hydrogen peroxide or whatever. But then the turbine outlet
right, Nick.
gas that gets routed into the main combustion chamber. So you get more efficiency because you're not dumping propellant overboard, or you're not dumping stuff overboard as you would with, say, a gas generator cycle engine. But what it means is you're working with extremely high pressures because your turbine outlet gas needs to be higher pressure than the main combustion chamber if you want it to feed in properly. You're also dealing with the problem that you have extremely oxygen-rich combustion. You can't have excess fuel because like you'll get a bunch of soot if you don't completely combust it. The soot will clog your like propellant injectors and whatnot. And so you need oxygen-rich combustion to completely combust all of your fuel to carbon dioxide and water. And then you have excess oxygen, and excess oxygen will really like to eat metal if it's hot.
Yeah.
Hot, high-pressure oxygen is
Understatement
far
of
more
the fucking
dangerous.
day.
Yeah, hot, high-pressure oxygen is far more dangerous than liquid oxygen. So yeah, it's like, this technology is hard. It's amazing when it works, but it's hard. And,
That's what she said.
actually, it results in engines which are, when they work, 10 or 15% more efficient than any comparable kerosene-oxygen engine that was ever made in the United States during the Cold War. So, actually, when the Soviet Union fell, there were some interesting things that happened when Western rocket scientists discovered Russian engines that were inexplicably more efficient than anything they had ever made. Let's see. But yeah, actually, back to the N1. I'll explain the other story later. So, the N1, they were just developing this technology for the first time, and they tried to put like 30 engines of like that. It's not exactly the same as that type. That type was intended for a later version of the N1 that was never built. But they put 30 of those. Because of fun with pyrotechnic valves that they used, they couldn't actually test fire an engine in its flight configuration. And then they couldn't actually like test fire the engine and then validate that it works and put the same engine in the same configuration on the rocket before firing it. So like there were just issues with quality control. I think they also only test fired like 1 in 6 engines or something like that. And so there were horrible quality control issues with the engines. The engines were using a very experimental technology to maximize performance, which was very liable to failure from hot oxygen gas doing funny things. And then to make things worse...
Yeah, sorry if I'm not talking as much as I usually do. It's because I don't want to talk over the tour presentator. Even though I'm pushed to talk in game,
more than 0, but like...
I don't want the information to be like missed because I'm yapping.
Yeah, at most it's like you could tolerate maybe 5 or 6 engines going out. But then at like any point during ascent. But then you have another critical problem where none of these engines are actually able to gimbal for steering. They don't like rotate the nozzle. They don't have any sort of they don't have any sort of solution for like using the individual. I mean, they don't have any way to counteract unbalanced thrust other than shutting down the engine on the other side. So like it uses differential thrust to steer, and if one engine goes out, you have to shut down the engine on the other side, even if it's working perfectly fine. So you lose engines faster than you might think if this isn't working. And so, yeah, this system was just not robust to failure in the way that it needed to be. And another little curiosity here: there are these grid fins to provide attitude control during ascent. What else?
They look like the Falcon 9 ones.
Yeah, so you will notice that these have since become rather much popularized by SpaceX with the Falcon 9 rocket, but the Soviets and the Russians really liked them. They made so SpaceX on like Falcon 9 and Starship use these. What else was I going to say? Okay, so this thing, it flew like 4 flights, and they all exploded before the end of the first stage burn. So,
by the way, great videos.
It didn't work. This thing just did not work. It probably could have worked if they gave it more time, but the program sort of just went kaput because of organizational politics. After Krylev, the lead designer on this program, died, and Glushko Glushko, the other
Yeah,
person who was
fuck
vying for
Glushko.
tools, didn't like this.
No, Korolev was one of the top tier. He was up there with Von Braun.
Yeah.
Like, actually, wasn't he like one of Von Braun's like students?
I don't actually know.
What year?
Like,
What year was this?
I heard Korolev.
What?
The N1.
1968.
I don't actually remember. One.
It was 1968, 1969.
I'm gonna cheat a bit and pull the more detailed information from the master translation spreadsheet. The first launch was February 1969, and it ended in failure 68 seconds after liftoff when the.
Oh, okay. The first one literally took off and immediately had too many engine failures and crashed back down on the launch site, and then destroyed the whole fucking launch site.
Yeah. So like they were already running behind compared to the American Apollo program, which like the Saturn V was close to close to ready for a crewed moon landing in 1969, and they did it later that year.
Which, by the way,
the N1 program, this was ultimately canceled.
That is a 1-to-1 scale.
That is actual size. Yeah.
Yes, that is actual size. That is how fucking big that bitch was.
Yes. So who can tell me how many engines are on the first stage of this one? I suppose
Is that a trick question?
I suppose I can't prevent you from cheating.
I guess it's this much.
Cinco.
Like I may have like sat on one of those engines once.
Yeah. So there are 5 very big engines compared to 30 small engines. And it's like, I guess the Americans and Soviets decided to tackle 2 very different engineering challenges on the way to the moon. So the Soviet Union, they went with the huge clusters of small engines using this oxidizer-rich stage combustion thing. It's generally easier to develop small engines than big engines, because with big engines you get horrible combustion instability problems, as I mentioned earlier, and they took a lot of work to find some sort of countermeasure to the combustion instability problems that would allow these engines to not rapidly self-destruct. So yeah, that was the engineering challenge with these big engines. The Soviet Union never made a serious attempt to solve that. So instead what they did with their really high power rocket engines, they did make one engine that was more powerful than these. It's called the RD-170.
Yes.
Yeah, and it has 4 combustion chambers fed by 1 turbopump assembly, and that's saved them the development.
So it's technically one engine.
It is technically one engine because it's all fed by 1 propellant pump system. But yes, it is uses 4 combustion chambers for avoiding the whole combustion instability nightmare. Then on the upper stages, they used liquid hydrogen as a propellant, which allows for more performance because you're
second stage and third stage.
Yeah. So the second stage had 5 of the Rocketdyne J2 engines, and the third stage had 1 of them. And the so they used hydrogen as a propellant instead of kerosene. And the advantage of that is that hydrogen, like when you burn hydrogen, it produces exhaust particles with much lower mass. Like if you burn kerosene, you get a bunch of you get carbon dioxide, water, and a bunch of you get that stuff, and then you get a bunch of you get weird high temperature carbon polymerization chemistry something products. So if you use hydrogen, your exhaust products they're basically just water and excess hydrogen and some weird high temperature radical products, but you get the idea. So the exhaust particles are much lighter. They get accelerated to higher speed if you have an engine operating at the same temperature. And if you accelerate them to higher speed, it means you get more velocity change on your rocket with the same massive propellant consumed. So, yes, that's how the Americans chose to solve their performance problems, whereas the Soviets chose to solve their performance problems in a rather different way. And I'll talk about this more later, but hydrogen is also more amenable to staged combustion in a way that doesn't cause doesn't cause your engine to explode from oxygen-rich gas. So yeah, this rocket it launches and it carries everything it needs for a lunar landing mission in one go. So it carries the Apollo command and service module, which you can see here, and the command module, service module, and also the lunar module.
Not the green parts. Not the green parts. That's Russian.
Not the green part. That's Russian stuff. It would carry those, and it would carry the moon lander, and those would all just launch together, go to the moon, and then do science, come back. Do science. The lunar module would be. I'll explain the lunar module later. But yeah, all the stuff for the mission was on one rocket. Contrast this with the rather more complicated architecture that is apparently going to be required for Artemis moon landings, where you have like Orion goes to the moon on its own thing, and then the lander meets with Orion in lunar orbit, and then goes down, and then goes back.
I'll be real with you. I don't believe that's happening.
Yeah, it's gonna be a complicated mess, and I don't see any sign of the landers being done anytime soon. I'll talk about that more when we get to Starship.
Bet.
But yes.
We can argue on Starship.
You will also notice that there's a launch escape system tower on the top of Saturn V as well, because they decided that would be better than ejection seats. It seems.
Can I add this? I'm sorry to take this over.
Go on.
Okay, so everything you guys see right here, you see the like the grids and the flag on Saturn V. That is to scale how big that bitch is.
Yeah, this is a big rocket. This is big rocket.
Like I have sat underneath the command capsule of one of them. I fucking cried like a little bitch because I was like,
I mean, it is still the largest one ever made, right?
no, technically the N1 is the largest ever made.
Yeah, okay, but it did fail, so it's
Just
not,
blew
doesn't
up
count.
every single time. But these, that, like you see the grid, like right there.
Yep.
That's that.
Yeah.
And look at how much more rocket is left.
Yes. Like actually, I've seen some screenshots from when, like, in development version of this museum where like, the whole rocket just extends out the wall, and like, it's actually comical how it's like, the length of this thing is about as big as the whole museum.
I send you photos. Like I've seen, fucking Saturn V.
Yeah.
It's comically fucking big.
Okay.
So yeah, basically it's very big.
The next thing, Also, I have a slight preference for having fewer profanities rather than more profanities in my events. Thank you in advance. So this is Apollo Soyuz. The full-scale version is above me, and so the Apollo vehicle launched on Saturn 1B, which is it uses the third stage of Saturn V and a different smaller first stage booster that uses kerosene and oxygen, and that couldn't launch the Apollo command and service module with a full propellant load in the with a full propellant load in the service module. So what they would do, they would just load less propellant in the service module, because the service module has a lot of propellant for all the maneuvering that needs to be done around the moon in moon missions. So if you're just operating in low Earth orbit, you don't need as much propellant. And so this thing here in the middle, this is a docking adapter which would be launched on the Saturn 1B with the Apollo command and service module, and it provides an interface between the American docking system and the Soviet docking system. And this here is the Soyuz spacecraft.
Who carried it up?
Who carried what?
The adapter.
Yeah, the docking adapter would launch on the American part of the mission with the Apollo spacecraft. I don't believe there would have been a convenient way to carry this thing on Soyuz, whereas like there was plenty of space in the interstage or like stage adapter for one of these. And then yeah, this is the Soyuz spacecraft. it was originally developed for the Soviet moon program, but the moon program didn't really go anywhere. So this just became a thing that the Soviets used for low Earth orbit missions for like they've been using it for 50 years now in various incarnations. They still launch these things to the International Space Station now. It's sort of funny. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Okay, so interesting historical note. So this mission was arranged in a time when like U.S.-Soviet relations were improving because like Nixon was interested in improving relations with the Soviet Union in some. All right. See you next time. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for coming.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Sumi.
Bye bye.
So. Alright, so Nixon was trying to improve relations during the Soviet Union, and Soviet leadership was warming up to him too. And so, in 1972, they signed an agreement to start the planning of this mission. Unfortunately, after that, U.S.-Soviet relations started souring because Nixon resigned in disgrace after the Watergate scandal in 1974, and a lot of other figures in U.S. politics didn't really want to associate with any of his program. And so, anti-Soviet hardliners became more influential in American politics. And then there was also some stuff related to, the Vietnam War that American politicians resented, and so they wanted to cut down on positive engagements with the Soviets. And so, there wasn't really anything else like this after 1975 until the Shuttle Mir program in the 1990s, and that had so
it didn't burn down recently, right? Like a couple years ago.
What is
Mir?
Yeah, like
the space station.
Yeah, that one burned off a long
crashed
time.
like 20 something years ago.
Oh.
Yeah, that was
There was something else then.
They stopped sending crews to it in 2000, and then it deorbited in 2001.
Okay.
All right, bye. Sleep well, or have something, do something well.
Bye. Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, you are awesomer.
Did you have fun? Good. Okay. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah. Get sleep. Don't let me be the reason why. Don't let me be the reason why you're sleep deprived. Okay.
Night. Night.
What was I saying? It's like after 1975, it's like there was really
made anything
no
since.
other collaboration like this between the U.S. and the Soviet Union or Russia for about 15 or 20 years until the shuttle Mir program. Mostly
I would say ISS.
I mean, the ISS was after Shuttle Mir, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
But things happened
15
eventually,
years.
but it's there was
Okay, that puts it at like 1990. That's not after 89. That's after the German wall fell. All right, that makes sense.
So, some other stories that I was going to tell about this here engine. So, about 100 of these were built for the N1 program. They were meant to be used on an upgraded version of the N1. The engines on the N1 flights that all exploded were NK-15s, which were a predecessor to this. But so when the N1 program was ordered canceled, the order also called for all of these engines to be destroyed. So what the Kuznetsov Design Bureau did, instead of just destroying them, they just hid them in a warehouse for 20 years. And then after the Cold War, after the Soviet Union fell, some strange rumors started leaking out of the Soviet Union about anomalously efficient kerosene oxygen rocket engines, because American rocket scientists never actually tried to to make oxidizer-rich stage combustion engines. They all thought it was impossible, and hydrogen was their main fixation for increasing rocket efficiency, anyways. Whereas the Soviets never really emphasized hydrogen at all. They didn't make any major attempts to try using it until the Energia rocket, which was like in the 1980s, just a few years before the fall of the Soviet Union.
Oh, the Energia.
Yeah, the Energia core stage used liquid hydrogen.
Me and you can have a whole autistic secondary stage.
Yeah, well.
About the Energia. Go along.
Yeah, what was it? So yeah,
hydrogen stage.
After the Cold War, some American rocket scientists hear about this thing, and then some American rocket engine companies try to buy up a bunch of these and sell them to American rocket companies. And so Aerojet bought a bunch of these, designated them as the AJ-26, and they were eventually used on this rocket called Antares. At least the first version, until one of these Antares rockets had a turbo pump, had like a reburner or turbo pump explosion and blew up. So then they decided that they no longer wanted to use these engines. They went and found another engine supplier. Unfortunately, that engine supplier was also Russian, and they had a bunch of Ukrainian components on the first stage of that rocket. So when the Ukraine war started, they need a new first stage again.
Like, Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah. So now they're trying to get an American-made first stage for that rocket. We'll look at that later. Actually, I don't remember.
It's for.
And is the Antares 230 engine Russian or Ukrainian?
It's Russian.
Double check this. Oh, okay.
Well, the original planning is Russian. It might be built Ukrainian.
Oh yeah, it is. It is just an RD-170 derivative. Okay. So there's all that. Any questions? We've been. As you can see, when I go all the way down the nerd rabbit hole, it takes me like 50 minutes to an hour to go down this one line of things.
24 hours tour. Let's go.
You're tickling my office. You're good.
Good. When did
You're actually keeping count. 50 minutes for the first room.
I want to check when did I make the announcement? When did I make the announcement for this?
Probably 4:20.
It's been at least an hour.
It has oh yeah, it has definitely been at least an hour. So 16, 20,
And we got like 4 displays down.
Yeah,
I'd love to stay and hear more. But I do have an important event to go to.
Okay.
And
thank you for joining us. Don't worry.
I studied
Bye-bye.
physics in university
Bye-bye.
and did astrophysics as well.
Ooh,
But
actually, I just got a invite from another science thing, the STEM group.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, STEM VR.
They just sent me an invite. Yeah.
They actually made a space flight simulator for the Artemis 2 mission.
What?
Yeah,
Cool.
I've seen it. It's pretty cool.
I was just invited to go there.
I'm gonna help Astro Rabbit sometime with getting a Japanese translation put into that world. So,
Sweet.
Yay. Okay.
Anyway, if you both are going, nice meeting both of yous, and may we meet again sometime.
I'll pick a light.
Likewise, it was great.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm drunk and I don't want to interrupt what you're doing.
Oh wow, that's a shame. There's only gonna be 2 people left then, though.
What?
And technically, I already ran through the A version of this. Now it's the B version, so yeah.
I wanna try this. All right, see you later.
Alright.
Take cares.
Yeah. Cheers.
I'm sorry, KF, but like at the same time, I don't want to interrupt like what you're doing.
Okay, well.
Yeah, you are drunk.
I am not good at detecting when people are drunk.
I mean, it's not that easy to tell with this one either. But yeah, I can tell.
Okay then.
So yeah, I don't know how you are with friend requests because I'd love to hear more and join you sometime, but I don't know if you'll accept or not. I don't know.
There's your answer.
Amazing, great.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll definitely walk through this museum alone on my own time again, because yeah, this is amazing, and I did not know, like, this is the section of VRChat that I have not been to yet, and this is my first introduction to it basically, and yeah, this is what I wanted to do. This is what my life.
So yeah, most of this stuff, this is German based. Like, I mean, well, in general, this was like European based, this tour around the times.
I mean, I didn't fail, I just had to quit. But
As you tell, there were Germans here. At the beginning, we had Russians, I think. And at one point, we had like a French group. So these times heavily benefited the Europeans, but there were like only a few of us North Americans, including our Puerto Rican friend.
It's amazing.
Mostly Europeans came to this. It's probably going to be the same tomorrow.
Exhaustively fixed all the translations.
That must have that must have taken a while.
Oh yeah, I did a stupid. I forgot to mention this group at any point, but I have this group for
Well, just post at the start tomorrow. Problem solved.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
I think all these people will be back to see the next part.
Come back here.
Alright. Yep, next part's tomorrow.
And I will definitely see you again.
Next part's tomorrow. But
great.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Fantastic Media. May we meet again sometime.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So, I guess we'll go into the propellant tank now.
Alright. Well, put it this way.
Not much for me to say that I haven't said about it before. So.
Yeah. Put it this way, now we can, like, reflect on how you did this tour, what you liked about it, what if you think maybe you could say something better for future tours, because it's us four, and then Zaria was here for the first run, and I think
it is a bit unfortunate that like 20 something people marked themselves as interested in the group like event posting.
We had 12 for the first run, but it started pretty good for the second run, but then Europe and other events.
Things that happen when I don't have a good publicity plan. Yes, but oh well.
There.
Do you want to broadcast the full this phase of the thing, or?
Because I mean, I did it the first run, so I'm like, I don't know. It's up to you. It's your call. Because you never know. Like, some might join off of me. You never know. We'll see.
I can guarantee you that the content will be very different in everything else I say in here too.
Well, all right. I guess all right. Well, I'll keep going then. It's no big deal. Everything's running fine.
Forgive my selfishness. I've always wanted a recording of me doing these things.
Well, there you go. I mean, there you go. I'll be your streamer. I mean, you asked me to do this anyway, so I'm like, here I am, and it was no big deal. I need to get the streaming hours back up somehow. So anyway, without further ado, please continue.
So, welcome to the propellant tank, where you have these support structures that are welded on the side to provide support.
Anything for a friend, right?
If I'm not mistaken, these are probably also like helium canisters for pressurizing the headspace of the tank, so that it doesn't just fill with a vacuum and then cause problems with the propellant feed system. And so that all the propellant, this is a liquid oxygen tank, it gets fed into these intakes, which feed the engines, and the engines are very hungry engines. They eat a lot of propellant. And on more modern rockets, there are more interesting systems for how they build these structural supports. Like, as I mentioned earlier, with some propellant tanks, they don't even have these. They literally just, like, pressurize the tank like it's a balloon. and that'll do a thing. And you'd better hope it doesn't depressurize, because bad things will happen, like your rocket will fall over on the pad. So there's that. And with some other more recent rockets, they will literally take a block of aluminium and mill out like 99% of the material there, leaving behind a thin sheet of metal with a grid of stuff. And that's the support structure, and then they just roll it up into a tube. It's like United Launch Alliance does that, and for those who want to know about the environmental impact, it's actually not that horrible, because most of the energy in making new aluminium is like electrolysis, and so most of the energy in making aluminium products is just the electrolysis to convert it from
What if I just
oxide.
anchor this one myself
And so
now?
if you have like aluminium shavings, it's not
No.
that bad to melt them down and reprocess them. So yeah, there's that. Nice big propellant tank. Very
Well,
it's
kind of
full
by
very
myself.
delicious liquid oxygen. Okay. Now the next part.
So I'm just being lazy now.
Yes. So moon gravity, yay. Here be Japanese moonlander, which it was made to land in a very precisely targeted location. It landed there, but this is how it was supposed to land. This is how it actually landed. It sort of just publicly face planted.
F.
Because one of these nozzles, you'll actually see that it's modeled correctly here. One of these main thruster nozzles actually broke off right before landing. So yes, it carries these two little
F.
rovers here. This one goes around by hopping. It's actually a hopping rover.
That's adorable.
This one is yes, and this one is made in collaboration with a toy company called Tomy. So
Oh, I've heard of them.
very interesting. You will notice that if you just stand inside these, you might get launched weirdly. Yes, okay.
Back to main, because everyone here's on my friend list. Maybe I could have switched earlier, because almost everybody was on my friends list for the at the end. What'd I do? What's wrong?
No, I'm just scanning through my friends list to see if there's anyone I should invite to, but wow, everyone is just not online right now. Okay, well, okay, next time I do this, it's just going to be in regular US hours, I guess. Yeah. So Apollo lunar module. This is made from space butter. Nom 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 nom.
Delicious. Oishi.
You see, the Japanese space community loves talking about how their favorite rockets and spacecraft are cute. I've been trying to give them a new meme about how rockets and spacecraft are delicious and we should eat them.
I see.
So, yes. But in all seriousness, this gold stuff is insulation. It's like, with the way heat transfer works in space, when you don't have an atmosphere, you don't get convection between two surfaces. And if you just have a few layers of stuff spaced apart, then you can't get convection between them either. So
As you can see, I'm somehow pretty bouncy and animate, like just bouncy and a little bouncy and
efficiently do that by just
not very mobile, but
having a lot of
subtly mobile
stuff in space, like spaced out with
when in VR.
very small spaces.
It's amplified with his avatar, so yeah.
Your radiation will struggle to go from one edge to the other with all those different layers, because the temperature difference between those layers will not be any of those individual layers will not be very high. So that's why there's this crumply gold stuff on the surface of all of these things. And yes. So the descent stage, it has this very fancy engine called the Lunar Module Descent Engine, which is a very unimaginative name. But it has an interesting deep throttling capability. Like, it can throttle down to, I think, 10 or 20% of its maximum thrust, and that's enabled by a new propellant injector type, which was developed for this purpose, called a pintle injector, which you might know that it is now used by SpaceX on a thing called the Falcon 9 rocket, and also enables the deep throttling capability on that system. But this was originally developed by NASA. It turns out that there's a lot of stuff in the commercial space business that just it wouldn't work if it wouldn't be a thing if NASA hadn't developed it first. So yes. So this engine needs deep throttling capability, and then there's another very irregularly shaped boulder-looking module on top. That's where the crew compartments and everything is. That has its own ascent engine, and the ascent engine just needs maximum reliability, and it needs to go up. So there's no need for the deep throttling capability provided by the descent engine. The descent engine can hover for a long time actually, but the ascent engine just needs maximum reliability and simplicity. So there's that. You'll notice some other small horns around the descent module. Those are around the ascent stage and the crew compartments. Those are for attitude control and finer maneuvering. You also see some antennas and other stuff. No. Okay. Here, this is the lunar roving module. That was lunar roving vehicle, which was carried on the later Apollo missions, because the later Apollo missions used a slightly upgraded version of the descent engine, had a longer nozzle, which allowed for a bit more performance, and thus they could carry more mass down to the lunar surface safely. And so they carried this thing, which allowed the astronauts to drive around. They could actually drive pretty far. It's does the sign say anything? I don't remember, but it's I think it's able to go a few kilometers or something like that. I don't remember exactly how much. So it sure beats the limitation from the previous missions where the astronauts they could walk, but that's about all they could do with anything to go anywhere on the moon surface. There's another lunar rover. This one doesn't carry astronauts around. The Soviets had a rather substantial robotic moon exploration program too, and this is what they made for it. Some people will say this looks like a pressure cooker, or a rice cooker. So put some rice in there and you might see what happens. Yep. Okay. Okay, cool. So here be Japan's first orbital rocket. It has no guidance system because of no guidance system, at least on the first 3 stages, because of fears about these things becoming ballistic missiles.
I love how your inside of your head's like inside of the rocket on my POV.
Oh, okay. Okay. So one of the things you'll notice about Japan is that they sort of just change the regulations to suit their needs when they need to change the regulations to suit their needs. So it's they have no guidance system on this, but they decide that they need guidance for more advanced rockets later, and so they have those over there, which are very much structurally similar to ballistic missiles. So yeah. So here's the pencil rocket, which was used for some early experimentation by the pioneers of Japanese rocketry. It's very tiny. It's very tiny. And this here is Osumi, the first Japanese satellites. The ball on the back of it is the 4th stage solid rocket motor of this rocket, the Lambda 4S rocket. And then I guess the science payload was in the hat thing on the front end. And as far as I'm aware, the science payload was just there wasn't really a science payload. It was just a transmitter that transmitted radio signal so it could be tracked. Sort of like Sputnik. This was more an engineering demonstration than a science demonstration. But yes. Here are some more modern Japanese solid propellant rockets. And so you'll notice these cutaway views.
Yeah, my hand is out because I'm holding the camera. As if
some interesting.
I'm doing like holding out a cell phone camera, dude. Or a link in some cases, an actual camera.
Once you ignite a
If
solid
it,
rocket,
a small one you hold out like
solid
that, look.
rocket motor, there isn't really any practical way to shut it down that will allow you to use the solid rocket motor for anything later. So, if you want to regulate the thrust, you have to regulate the amount of surface area of propellant that's exposed, which increases with thrust. And you can regulate that with this sort of like trace or like propellant grain geometry. And so, let's see, what is it? What's it?
Yes, yes, you're
So
cute, you know. Yeah.
So basically, as far as solid rocket propellant goes, combustion occurs in the gas phase, which means that you need your propellant material to be fully vaporized and converted to a pressurized gas before it will reliably combust. So that's why combustion is only going to occur at the surface. And also that means you need you need some source of hot pressurized gas in order to initiate the combustion. And if you come to the front end, that is what this your thingy is for. This is has a few stages of pyrotechnic composition, which should, if it works, spray hot gases down the whole core of this rocket motor and ignite it all at once. Now, if you come to this end, this is where the business happens. This is the nozzle, and there's an actuator system which rotates the nozzle to provide pitch and yaw control, like attitude controls the rockets pointing in the right direction. There are also these small pods here on the outside, which are meant to provide roll control. These are right here. These things, I believe, are the outlets for the exhaust there. So yeah, these rockets had full guidance systems, unlike that one, because I guess the Japanese government has decided that it's okay and that full rocket guidance systems are not actually inherently offensive weapons, or that they do not create the appearance of being offensive weapons enough that yes. These rockets could be very easily developed into ballistic missiles if the Japanese space program chose to, because, they are in fact very structurally similar. But, supposedly the reason why these are being developed is because, they're cheap and reliable, which, considering that they're having some serious problems with the development effort for the successor to the Epsilon rocket, which is the one on top, I may or may not be sort of cynical about that, but yeah. Like, Japan's rocketry program is it's the first one that really originated from a scientific project rather than an offshoot of a ballistic missile project. Like all the other, like the US, Soviet Union, France, who knows, whoever else, their rocketry programs were all just offshoots of a ballistic missile program. And so, yeah, this is an exception. If you look, wait, okay, come down this way now.
Back to my favorite rockets in the whole exhibit. These are adorbs. One of my favorite rockets.
Yeah, okay. Not yet. So these upper stage motors, they're a little bit different. They don't have a core that goes all the way down. They just burn from the inside out. And so you have this igniter that's just in the throat of the nozzle, and it's not quite as big. But yeah, interesting that they model these things. The attention to detail that goes into this stuff is just, it's crazy. You can also see that there's this extendable nozzle here, which you extend the nozzle so that the exhaust gases get expanded more, and you get more performance from the same thing, from the same propellants. And then on this end here, this is the payload for this rocket. So the rocket is called MUV or MU5. And the payload, this is the most famous payload that was carried by this rocket. It's called Hayabusa, and it's the first the first spacecraft to have returned sample material from an asteroid. And somehow they did this with a national space program that's it gets 5% of NASA's budget or something like that. So it's pretty crazy that they do these things. What else? Okay, then the rocket on top, that's Epsilon, which is the successor to UV, and it uses different rocket motors, but it uses solid rocket motors, and the payload on it was just a bunch of nondescript small CubeSats and similar, or at least that's what was modeled there. And UV was used for a lot of interesting payloads. It was used for it was also used for a mission to Mars, which unfortunately was not able to capture into orbit there. But Epsilon was mostly used for like astronomy and Earth observation, similar missions. Not quite as exotic. Yeah. Okay. These things over here. Oh, no. So these things over here, these are Japanese liquid propellant rockets, and they run on liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen as their main propellants, both for the core stage and the upper stage. A lot of other rocketry programs prefer to use kerosene for their first stages because it's denser, and so you get more. It's denser, and so it allows you to build a high thrust system with less volume of tanks and stuff. Simplify some things, but in this case, they decided to use liquid hydrogen for everything for a few reasons. Part of it might be that their space launch center is on an isolated island, so they probably don't want to deal with shipping more different commodities than they have to in order to supply their rocket. Like, everything has to be shipped there by boats, and then assembled and launched there. And then also the hydrogen on the first stage still allows them to get pretty good performance. They have solid rocket boosters for extra thrust at liftoff too, so there's that. Yes. Where should I go with this? Okay. So this is the H-2A rocket, only failed once in 50 flights over about 25 years, and let's see. The cause of failure, because this might be interesting to you, is that a hot gas seal or something of that nature failed around the nozzle of the solid rocket booster. And so hot gas started spewing out from there, and it welded the booster separation system together. So it all got fused together, and then the booster wouldn't separate. There was too much dead mass on the rocket, and so it couldn't reach its target orbit because there was too much dead mass that was trying to lug around. Like, actually, if you look here, this sort of system, having thrust vectoring makes things pretty complicated because, like, you need some sort of flexible gas seal that will somehow not degrade, like somehow not leak at all when the nozzle is being rotated around by the actuators. So, yeah, there's that. And these models, you can do some cute things with them. You can open them up, you can take out the payload. This here is Hayabusa 2, which is the another spacecraft that launched, that was used to recover sample material from an asteroid, and it was carried on an H-2A rocket. You can disassemble these stages, you can take off the boosters, you can do that. Okay. And then here's the H3 rocket, which it's Japan's more recent liquid propellant orbital rocket. It has now fully replaced H-2A in all of its purposes, but I suppose I should say something about the failures that have happened with this rocket, because they are interesting, I suppose. So on the first flight, so there's the upper stage, and the upper stage engine just failed to ignite, and it does, from what I've heard, it does seem that the main cause of the failure was that there were vibrations which weren't accurately simulated during ground testing, and so those caused damage to some sort of electronics. Like, I think it dislodged wiring, or at least that was one of the speculated failure modes. And that meant the, like, igniter for the second stage engine just did not fire when it was supposed to, and a very expensive payload was lost because they had a $250 million Earth observation satellite flying on this mission.
Rip.
They must have thought that this rocket was conservatively designed enough that they didn't need a separate test flight, but yeah, apparently they did. So they made a more expensive mistake by trying to cut costs, and that didn't turn out well for them. And so they ended up having to fly another one of these rockets to make sure it worked, and it literally just carried like a 2-ton metal bar. And then on the third flight, they launched this here Earth observation satellite. It has like a big synthetic aperture radar thing.
Aperture science.
Yeah, so this rocket seemed like it was working pretty well for a while, and then something very strange happened on the most recent flights, which was very strange. So what happened was that once the payload fairing separated, the satellite literally just fell off. It literally just fell off. Apparently it bumps the propellant tank and caused a hydrogen leak too. But the satellite literally just fell off because the payload adapter sheared apart. So it's like, yeah, they've had a bunch of engineering challenges with this rocket, and hopefully they'll be able to fix those, because this rocket is very important for Japan's ambitions in space. Surprisingly, they have managed to make this design relatively cheap to manufacture. Like, I hear the launch cost is something like $60 million, which is comparable to what SpaceX charges for a Falcon 9 rocket. But, yes. And, like, they have made pretty substantial efforts to cut costs on, like, expensive parts to manufacture by using, like, metal 3D printing and similar technologies. And also just using simpler system designs. So, for example... Okay. So, for example, these are the engines that are used on the H-2A rocket, and this is the first stage engine. It uses fuel-rich staged combustion. The Space Shuttle main engine also uses a similar system, and it's very efficient because what it does, it has a, what is it? It has a pre-burner which burns fuel and oxidizer, in this case hydrogen and oxygen, but it's hydrogen-rich, so there's no risk of the resulting hot gas eating through metal, because hydrogen is not an oxidizing agent. And then that gets routed into the main combustion chamber, which still causes some problems because you need the timing of all the, like, valves and whatnot to work perfectly. Otherwise your engine will blow up. And that's also just a rather expensive system to implement. But it got them high efficiency, good thrust. On the H3 rocket, they replaced that with an engine which uses the expander bleed cycle. So actually, this engine also uses the expander bleed cycle. Japan really loves that for some reason, because it's how that works. I've mentioned before how with some of these rocket engines you have propellant flowing through channels in the walls of the combustion chamber and nozzle to provide cooling. So the way this works, some of the propellant from there, it gets vented, like it gets run through a turbine and then dumped overboard, which allows for running the engine with well, actually, so you run the engine, you run the propellant pumps off the waste heat that's generated by the main combustion, and then because you're dumping the propellant overboard, it's like you can avoid a bunch of complications from trying to route that propellant into the main combustion chamber, which saves money, simplicity, reliability. It comes at the expense of slightly lower performance, but it does work pretty well at this size. This is a relatively small engine. The nozzle is huge, but the engine's not that big. So then on the H3 rocket, as a cost-saving measure, they tried to replace this engine with its complicated fuel-rich stage combustion system with an expander bleed-based system, which is that is an interesting development challenge on its own because when you're running something off of the waste heat, the amount of waste heat that you can extract from the engine increases proportional to the square of the size of the engine because you're extracting waste heat at the surface, like at the surface of the combustion chamber. But the volume of propellant that you need to pump is proportional to the cube of the size. So it is difficult getting enough energy at this size of engine. I think the thrust is like 1500 kilonewtons in order to run your engine. But they figured it out. Apparently that saves money, and it works pretty well. They haven't had issues with it. Yep. Okay. Next room.
Oops, I went through 4 instead of 3. Bah. Sorry, where you? Oh, hello.
Oh, okay, there you are. Okay. So, space shuttle, yay. So you see these holes on the front? Those are for attitude control thrusters. And if you see those like grayish indentations, those are where star trackers go. So for like navigation and like position keeping purposes, I guess. And okay, then there's a hatch in the side of the side where the crew go. They go in that round-ish thingy, which oh well. Space Guy 5 usually does most of the talking about the space shuttle when we do this, so yeah. Here's the landing gear. You'll notice that if this opens up through the heat shield, so like they have to have some very high quality sealing system to prevent leakage through here. And you'll actually notice that there's a remove before flight tag in there that somebody forgot to take out before they did this photogrammetry model. This was made by
Lol.
the Smithsonian Institution, I think, or actually no, this was made by NASA's, I think. No, this was probably made by the this was made by the Smithsonian. Okay. And then there's this whole heat shield tile system, and unlike the heat shields on, say, Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Orion, all these heat shields are non-ablative. They don't work by like, what is it? They don't work by ablating burning off material to dissipate heat away from the thing. Instead, they literally are just extremely good thermal insulators that prevent heat from passing through. And like, although these needed to be inspected after every flight, which was a rather time-consuming endeavor, like something like 70% of the original thermal protection system tiles remained on each of the space shuttle orbiters when they were retired. So it's like, these didn't need to be replaced that much, all things considered. Yeah. You will also notice that the SpaceX Starship is very dependent on using this sort of heat shield tile technology. Their whole reusability thing sort of falls apart if they would have had to use an ablative heat shield that would need total replacement every time. So again, it's like NASA did the pioneering work on this stuff. Wouldn't have been a technology that anyone else would be able to use without this sort of this sort of foundation. Here's another model of the space shuttle, not a photogrammetry model. It's an actual like model that somebody made. I believe this is the model that's used in a world that features the space shuttle and has like a full launch animation. So that world is really awesome. So yeah, space shuttle main engines also had actually I'll talk about them later. So the space shuttle had these solid rocket boosters, had this propellant tank, this big orange thing, and it had the orbiter, which has these wings, control surfaces. The crew sits inside. The only part of this that actually got expended was the solid rocket was the external tank, the orange thing, which contained all the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen for the main engines. And the solid rocket boosters, those actually had parachutes in the nose cones, and so they would just splash down in the ocean, be recovered and refurbished. And so like some solid rocket booster components on SLS, those have flown on like dozens of space shuttle missions, because like the solid rocket booster casing components are being reused on SLS now. Although it does turn out that reusing solid rocket boosters isn't that cost effective, all things considered, because the booster, like the recoverable part of the booster, is literally just a metal pipe. The hard part is in all the other processing that has to be done to make it a flyable booster. So like, yeah. Okay, and then here's SLS, used to launch Orion through the moon with astronauts in the case of the recent Artemis 2 mission. Let's see. And so in addition to the solid rocket boosters, these are also RS-25 engines, although they aren't really modeled as such here. And some of these have flown on many space shuttle missions before, so there's that. I guess they got one last flight before they get dumped into the ocean somewhere. And then the Orion spacecraft, it also uses one of these orbital maneuvering system engines. Okay. What else? So, according to previous NASA plans, NASA was going to make an upgraded version of this rocket with an exploration upper stage that's more powerful. This one uses something called the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which it's derived from the Delta 4 rocket's upper stage. That rocket is retired now, but it's not that powerful, so it's creates some pretty serious operational complications. And so with the exploration upper stage, they would have been able to also carry an additional payload to the moon for building like a lunar space station, and that would be interesting. Unfortunately, it now seems that the NASA administrator is intent on making a new system or they're intent on making a new SLS upper stage solution, which gets rid of the exploration upper stage program, because that program has had some delays, cost overruns, those things. And so, not really sure what's going to happen at this rate with the future of the SLS program. Yep, okay. Okay, I think I said everything I needed to say about these, so I'll just point out some things on the International Space Station model. So this here thing, this is a robotic arm. It's made by Canada, as you can. It has like Canada branding, everything. So that's sort of just what Canada contributes to space stuff. They contribute robotic arms. Or at least that's the most famous thing that they do. And this robotic arm, it actually has attachment points at both ends, so it can be like, there are a lot of different attachment points on the space station, and the robotic arm can be controlled from either end. So the robotic arm can literally just be walked around different parts of the station to service things as needed. And there's that. And then here's the Japanese experiment module. If you look at it from where I'm seeing it now, you will see that it looks like Thomas the Train. once you see it, you can't unsee it.
God damn it.
Um,
Or at least Henry. It looks like Henry or James at least. God damn it.
Same thing. Same thing. So yeah, this has its own robotic arm, and it also has an airlock for like manipulating these things on this external experiment platform. And
Choo choo,
we
motherfucker.
can also just launch like satellites out of this like from here because of that airlock. Let's see. Then what is it? You'll notice that there are solar panels, and then there is a radiator here on the side that's facing away from the sun. And so it turns out that heat transfer in space is hard, and you need like big radiators that will slowly radiate heat away as like infrared light, basically. And so, by the way, this is one of the reasons why AI data centers in space are stupid. There's just I'm not convinced that there's a good way to deal with the heat, because heat transfer in space is hard. People say that space is cold, but like that doesn't mean you can dump heat easily in space in a vacuum. You don't get any sort of convective or conductive cooling. So there's that. Then you can see that like much of the ISS is just these big truss structures. That the actual like habitable volume is like mostly along this line is it's a lot. It's a lot. It's not as big as you might think. Then let's see. Modules. The Soyuz spacecraft would dock here. And then there are some external platforms here for just storing equipment, like supplies, for like various spares of things that might be needed to repair the space station. Okay. I think I've said everything worth saying in there too. So okay, so this is the back end of the space shuttle. You'll see that this whole area is covered with the same like black thermal protection system tiles. Partially that's to protect it from like re-entry heating. Partially that's also to protect it from just the heat of the engines firing, because they produce a lot of heat, and seems these things need protection from that. Now this is a photogrammetry model. It is not entirely true. It is not entirely accurate. Most conspicuously, the engine nozzles do not actually have this kind of atrocious, all these holes in them. Like these nozzles, they're cooled by liquid hydrogen flowing through them. So if even like 4 or 5 of these channels are like break open for some reason, that would cause enough hydrogen leakage to cause space shuttle mission to fail. And so, actually, on one mission, there was a gold like plug used to block an injector element in in one of these engines, and that plug blew out, and it cut open three of the cooling channels, and so hydrogen started leaking out. And if five of them were cut open, that would have caused them to run out of hydrogen before they could reach orbit. So yes. That. And then there are these smaller engines on these pods here. Those are the orbital maneuvering systems. So the 3 main engines, the RS-25, those feed from the orange external tank, and those like can't actually run when that tank isn't available. So these orbital maneuvering system pods, they have their own propellant inside the pods. They also have their own like attitude control thrusters. And these pods can be swapped between space shuttle orbiters. So it's like different pods flew on different flights of the same orbiter. Okay. Okay. said everything I needed to about earlier this one. Okay. Something interesting to point out about Atlas V, and it would really help if I jumped the collider here. Okay. If you look carefully down here, you will see that the nozzles of these engines are actually angled inwards, or the nozzles of these solid rocket boosters are angled inwards. And what that allows for is that the thrust from these boosters is actually, it's pointing towards the center of mass of the rocket, so it doesn't cause the rocket to like twist as much. It doesn't try to tilt the rocket over as much, which means the gimbals on these central liquid propellant engines, those gimbals don't have to work as hard to twist the rocket back towards the required attitude. And that's a helpful thing because, like, with all of the configurations of the solid rocket boosters on Atlas V, the solid rocket boosters are not actually symmetrically arranged. Mostly due to complications from, like, this oxygen pipe here. That's, yes. That oxygen pipe makes, some air... That oxygen pipe sort of just forces the solid rocket booster configuration to be uneven. And so, there's that. And then, another interesting detail, I talked earlier about how the original Flavor Atlas uses a balloon tank. In other words, it's like the engine... In other words, it's like the propellant tank has no internal support structure. It's just supported by the pressure of the gases inside. So with Atlas V, they finally abandoned that and used traditional, like, tank with some sort of orthogrid support structure. So it's like there's like a rectangular grid of metal stuff inside which supports the tank structure. And so this will collapse if it loses pressure. The upper stage, though, that's called Centaur, and it also uses a balloon tank system. And that balloon tank system was actually kept because that massively increases performance. And so yeah, that still uses the balloon tank system. It also uses a very long-lived rocket engine design called the RL-10, which it's similar to the expander bleed cycle, but instead of dumping the turbine outlet gas overboard, it routes the turbine outlet gas into the main combustion chamber, and it improves your propellant utilization. The most efficient rocket engine ever flown is something in that lineage, but it does mean that you lower your chamber pressure, which slightly decreases your efficiency compared to what you could hypothetically get with the expander bleed cycle. Although with the expander bleed cycle, it's like Japan hasn't seriously attempted to fly something with the high chamber pressure enabled by that. Interestingly enough, their chamber pressures are actually even lower than most late model RL-10 engines on the LE-5B, which is their upper stage engine. There's that. Okay, and then Falcon 9. I need to say anything about it? I don't think I do. Yeah. Here's the boats. Okay. So, Falcon Heavy, the rocket which everyone thinks is sent the Tesla Roadster to Mars, but in reality, it sent a husk of a car to what is it? Just some generic solar orbit that happens to cross the orbit of Mars. So, yes. Of course, they could have done the civilized thing and just flown like a 2-ton metal bar, but instead they had to make it a vanity project for Elon Musk. Yeah, there's that, and then yeah, I explained this before, but it's like they market this as being able to launch 64 tons to low Earth orbit. In reality, the upper stage has a structural limit of like 22 tons. It's the same as the Falcon 9 upper stage. They could, if they wanted to, do some sort of structural strengthening program to fix that, but they don't seem interested in doing that. All of their customers for the Falcon Heavy program are like people who want payloads sent to like high energy orbits. And actually, like, probably the main motivation for the Falcon 9 program was that at the time when SpaceX was first trying to bid for military space launch contracts, the military required launch providers to have the capability to send 6,600 kilograms directly to geostationary orbit without any involvement from the payload. So, that's what they needed this for for all practical purposes. Like, this really doesn't serve that much of a relevant part of the commercial launch market, or so it seems. There are some launch providers that also want like payloads sent directly to geostationary orbit, but those are pretty rare. So yeah, like, it can be reasonably argued that this rocket was born entirely just to serve like very specific military requirements that they could not fulfill any other way. Okay, and then SpaceX Starship rockets. I am probably more cynical about this rocket than the average space enthusiast, because, like, I don't know. I am very inclined to believe that the development effort going into it is being very incompetently managed, because, like, they've had two really embarrassing ground test failures. One where the upper stage just it exploded during a static fire test, when due to some failure in the fluid systems that caused a massive overpressurization event. And then there was another incident where the first stage, it just exploded. It just ruptured. There wasn't even much of any propellant loaded. They were just, I think they were just testing the high pressure fluid systems with some nitrogen, and a bunch of stuff ruptured. So, like, if they can't get those basics right, what am I supposed to believe about anything? But, yeah. Supposedly, this is the rocket that will be used to send astronauts to the moon, and the plan for doing that requires something like 17 refueling flights. You launch the lander into low Earth orbit, and then you send like 17 propellant tankers to refuel it, and then propellant tankers, which would just be more launches of this. And I'd imagine things will only get worse in terms of those estimates, because this rocket keeps underperforming its claimed performance, and it's what else? Underperforms its claimed performance, and doesn't seem like they're even making much effort to develop the Moonlander thing at this point. They've been paid 90% of the money from that contract already as it is, and they haven't even started on any of the moon-specific sort of stuff. They just have a half-functional orbital rocket to show for it. What else? But yeah, what they want to do with this, they want to make it a fully reusable system, so like they can land it and then refuel it and then fly it again with minimal stuff happening, like with minimal other refurbishment or similar. They are very far from being able to do that. The thermal protection system still needs work, that's for sure, before they'll be able to do that. If they can make it work, it would be useful for some things. I'd imagine the main use case would probably end up being launching like low Earth orbit satellite constellations. But yes. Hopefully it will, I don't know. Hopefully it'll work the next time they fly it. I don't even know when they're going to fly it at this point, because things got delayed massively when the version 3 Starship, one of those boosters just ruptured in a ground test from some really stupid failure. But yes. Didn't they almost... I don't know what that means. Lost their launch license? I mean, their ability to launch things is subject to review every time they have an in-flight mishap, and they have an in-flight mishap on a lot of their flights a lot of their flights to date. I feel like the main bottleneck with their schedule now is just they've been trying to incrementally develop Starship and make a few different versions, and the new version is that they're trying to develop now. Like, they flew version 1, they flew version 2 like 4 times, and they wasted most of those flights on relearning lessons they had to learn on version 1. And now they're trying to get version 3 into operation, and like I think the main bottleneck on that is just their confidence in the quality of their development was greatly degraded by that ground test failure. Well. Okay. There's a satellite monitor. I don't think there's anything more I need to say about it this time. Just you can see a few other things here. Like, I think there were some like navigation satellites somewhere around here. This is what is this? I don't actually know what that is. Okay. Oh well. So, satellites, yes. GPS satellites, yes. I mentioned the nuclear detonation detectors, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess, like, younger people, such as myself, might not realize that GPS is a relatively recent development. Like, it was only made fully operational in 1995 or so. So, like, before that, it was like there was a period of a few years where you, like, at some limited times of the day, you would get enough GPS satellites in view that you would be able to get fixed on your position, but you wouldn't get continuous coverage. And actually, like, during the 1991 Gulf War, like, the U.S. military made pretty efficient use of its ability to get intermittent positioning fixes like that, because, like, it was trying to navigate over the desert in Iraq, and getting intermittent GPS position fixes made their navigation much more reliable when there were, like, no other landmarks to follow to correct their position estimates. So there's that. I mean, not too much else for me to say about these, or I think there's also not too much else for me to say about this one. Yeah, okay. Well, glad that we managed to finish this segment in about 2 hours as well. The slowest part is just me going through the first line of things in room 2 and explaining all the tactical rocket stuff there. But yeah, I guess we're done.
All right. Thank you for the tours.
I'm glad. I hope you liked it.
I liked it, and I think everybody who attended these liked it as well, so you did well.
Yeah.
So hopefully tomorrow's even better, and I will do everything I can to be here tomorrow.
Yeah. As far as
2 hours
planning the
tomorrow, right?
events
Since
goes,
it's just the last.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
No big deal.
As far as planning the events go, it's like,
Agreed.
yup, I
It
guess
did go very well.
This time of day just didn't work out. Like, trying to look at, yeah, it is still just like most people on my friends list aren't online. So, or at least, or they seem like they'd be preoccupied with something else. So, well, it is definitely troublesome that I just avoided promoting this too much because I didn't want this to overshadow yesterday's events.
Mm.
But, oh well.
It is what it is. Hopefully tomorrow's a little better. We'll see though, because it's Sunday. Sunday.
And I finally, hopefully, have a version of my tour on record that won't vanish in 3 months.
Yeah, I know. Well, assuming I have VOD saved, there will be, and I'll export it to YouTube. So, any more closing thoughts you want to say, Kimika-san, before I end my stream?
That's a good question. So, for anyone who wants to join these activities, we have a VR chat group for doing these things in English. GCE2046 is the group code if you want to join. Also, like, please support Virtual Space Program, the Japanese community that's put a lot of time and care and work into this world, and I am very honored to have been a small part of making this project as great as it is, and I am also very honored to have been someone who has had the opportunity to represent VSP with great distinction at such things as VCATs. But yeah, I guess this was just a thing. If you want to see future things, join these groups. I intend to continue doing things for both of these groups. These groups are not officially affiliated in any way. That is a critical disclaimer that I need to make. But these groups are not officially affiliated with any way, and this tour is not officially affiliated with VSP or the group of VSP members that made this world, even though I am currently wearing an avatar that is covered with lots of VSP markings. Yes. Also, if anyone happens to see this and that happens to be an event organizer in VR chat for some other group, and you want to do a space tour of like any space tour featuring this or any other very realistic space related world, you know who to ask. Contact me.
10-4.
Thanks for watching this stream or the stream archive if that's what you're watching.
And thank you for having these tours. Looking forward to seeing more of them. And yeah. So yeah, say goodbye, everybody. Sawaya, come in here. You survived all the way to the end. Come on in here too, Sawaya. So yeah, wave goodbye, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Take care. And that is it. Y'all did good. Thank you very much. And thanks for watching.